There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key, there's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams, any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna, the land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land, yeah. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here.
If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it, yeah. But if all you ever dream is to go overseas, tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah.
This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. So pass on that and pass on the torch. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key, there's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams, any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna, the land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land, yeah. Nigeria is ours, we this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything. If we could only see the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key, there's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams, any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna, the land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here.
If you take a look around from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it here. But if all you ever dream is to go overseas, tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah.
This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. So pass on that, pass on the Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key, there's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams, any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key, there's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here.
If you take a look around from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it here. But if all you ever dream is to go overseas, tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah.
This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. So pass on the baton, pass on the torch. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key, there's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams, any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here.
If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it, yeah. But although you ever dream is to go overseas, tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah. Oh.
This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. So pass on the baton, pass on the torch. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here.
If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it here. But if all you ever dream is to go overseas, tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah.
This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. So pass on the baton, pass on the torch. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. from the country. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see the time is now, the land is green, wealthy. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. I see innovation everywhere. From Abba to Ife to Kaduna, the land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land.
ko sun canza wani abu ne in Kabiru will know just kamar shi ne okay da zai yi su ko
If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it here. But if all you ever dream is to go overseas, tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. So bless the Lord, bless the Lord.
so they have issues. All right, so we'll go ahead and do it. Wannan askata wannan haka
There's a story to be
this is
told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they need. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key.
Yeah.
There's treasure in the tree. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they need. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soul, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the tree. The time is now. The land is green where food is. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green. The world is here. There are 200 billion dreams. Anyone of this is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green, the wealth is here.
If you take a look around from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it here. But if all you ever dream is to go overseas, tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah,
This is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green, the wealth is here. So personal, and personal touch you. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green, the wealth is here. Oh yeah. So this is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green, wealth is here.
Good morning, good morning, good morning once again to each and every one of us here. And of course, those of us joining us virtually. Once again, we officially welcome you to the British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation 4th Agribusiness Dialogue session for 2021 with the theme, Building the Resilience of Smallholder Farmers and the National Agri-Food System. We once again welcome you to this session in which we'll have a lot of seasoned guests and panelists who will be speaking with us this morning all through till the afternoon, and then we'll be able to come up with better ideas on how to shape in the narrative of agriculture in Nigeria. Once again, I welcome us, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and of course, our eminent guests that are also in the house and joining us virtually. We'll move forward in this direction, and once again, we apologize for starting a little bit behind schedule, but we'll try as much as possible to make up with time. So just to start officially, my name is Oludare Odusanya, and I'll be the compere for this event of today. We'd like to start by acknowledging our national country, our national land, by starting with the national anthem. Can we please rise as we pay that? Thank you very much. Will you please be seated? It gives me great joy to be here this morning. And of course, hearing the national anthem again just gives me a little bit more boost of what the country we are in and how blessed we are. To move on in the agenda, I would like to call for the welcome address for this fourth agribusiness dialogue session. And to do that, I would like to bring up the general manager / the executive director of the British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation in the person of Ololade Johnson Agiri. So have a short video play, and then I will have general manager give us.
Your Excellencies, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, the Chairman, House Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Mona Dan Agundi, the Director General, Nigeria Meteorology Agency, Professor Mansour Mata, Captains of Industries, Agripreneurs, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all, and welcome to the fourth National Agribusiness Dialogue Session of the British America Tobacco Nigeria Foundation with the theme, Building the Resilience of Smallholder Farmers and the National Agri-Food System. The dialogue session is a biannual event of the foundation to review government and private sector strategies designed to strengthen business enterprises of smallholder farmers for a sustainable future. Since the first dialogue session held in 2015, the foundation has consistently advocated for smallholder farmers, discussing policies, challenges, and preparing strategic solutions to close the gap, and this year's dialogue session will not be an exception. The theme for this year's dialogue session is close to my heart because it is timely and relevant. The issues we presently face is not exclusive to farmers, but there are issues that affect us all. Whether it is the health scare of the coronavirus, the double-digit inflation rate, reduced purchasing power, insecurity, or access to markets, times are tough and only the strong will survive. In the 5 sessions we would have today, the government, agribusiness experts, policymakers, investors, and development partners will discuss the risk we face, the impact on food security, and how to build resilience in agriculture and amongst rural smallholder farmers. If you're an agriculture enthusiast, an agripreneur who seeks to thrive, an investor looking for opportunities, or just a young person seeking opportunities, then this dialogue session is for you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the convener of this dialogue session, British America Tobacco Nigeria Foundation, was established in 2002 to empower rural Nigeria for a sustainable future. With a mandate to support sustainable agricultural development and a focus on smallholder farmers, their communities, the foundation has been improving and impacting lives. Our commitment to drive sustainable agricultural development is the bedrock of all our initiatives, and our vision is a Nigeria where poverty is significantly reduced. Through our initiatives, we support the transition of smallholder farmers from subsistence to commercial agriculture. We provide access to grants for young entrepreneurs to upskill their agricultural enterprises. We provide skills training to improve the capacity of farmers to thrive and to adopt good agricultural practices. We support human capital development and drive for social change through our Communication for Development campaigns. It's been 19 years of changing lives. We have reached over 1.2 million beneficiaries, implemented 250 projects across the country, and made a total investment of 2 billion naira. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, right now, whether you are online or in the studio, there is no better place you could be. Today, together in this dialogue session, we are shaping the narrative of resilient agriculture, agri-food system, and most importantly, committing our time to support and improve the livelihoods of smallholder farmers. Thank you. God bless us all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And what we have been able to do over the past 19 years. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to welcome you to the fourth Agribusiness Dialogue session, and I'll be going straight to the next item on the agenda, which is, of course, goodwill messages. Permit me to stand on all existing protocols as I bring to the fore virtually this morning. A privilege to have him with us this morning is no other person than the Honorable Minister of Agriculture of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, in the person of Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, who will be giving us a goodwill message this morning. You are very welcome, Honorable Minister, sir. We are awaiting the goodwill message of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture in the person of Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, who is joining us virtually live from Abuja. Okay, while we're trying to sort the technical bits, I'll just quickly move to also have a goodwill message this morning, and it's coming also from a distinguished person in our nation. It's no other than the Chairman, House Committee on Agriculture, and is the person of Honorable Munil Dan Agundi. Good morning, sir. You're welcome. Honorable Munil, the floor is yours to hear your goodwill message this morning. Okay, I'd just like to remind you, we're having the goodwill message now coming from the Chairman House Committee on Agriculture in the person of Honorable Munil Dan Agundi. You're very welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Honorable Munil. You can please go ahead.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Let me for inviting me to join you in this important
We seem to be struggling with the network of
federal
Honorable Munil.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir, loud and clear.
Yes, I said I chaired the House Committee on Agricultural Colleges and Institutes. So I am a seed entrepreneur and a farmer. I have seed entrepreneurship under the Rahma Integrated Farms. I produce seeds, and also I am going into rice milling gold grass by next year. So I want to thank everybody for this important meeting on the British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation 2021 dialogue session. And then also the topic, building the resilience of smallholder farmers and the national Agri-Food system. So thank you very much. Hello.
Thank you very much, Honorable Munil. It's a great pleasure having you speak this morning, and we really appreciate it. Thank you so very much for your time, and we'll move ahead now to the next message. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, at this point, also welcome for a goodwill message this morning, no other than the Director General of NIMET, no other person than Professor Mansour Matazu, to give us his goodwill address this morning. Good morning, sir. You're very welcome.
Okay. Good morning, my brother, and good morning, all. I just want to confirm whether I am audible from that end. Very?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, and good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, colleagues, as panelists. Especially the Honorable Minister, other distinguished members, my senior brother, Honorable Dangundi, and a host of others. A very warm greetings from the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET. We are the oldest agency in the country. We are more than 130 years old, even during pre-colonial period. Our main mandate to advise federal government and other citizens and organizations in the country on the weather, climate, water-related issues with regards to applications, advisories, early warning, and getting feedback from users. We are present in more than 54 locations across the country, and we do our services in 3 categories. One, we provide public weather service to general public. We also do provide support services to other ministries, departments, and agencies. And all this is to sustain, improve how agencies adapt, especially to vagaries of weather and climate. And we do also provide tailor-made services, just like our collaboration with the British American Tobacco Foundation. We have climate and agriculture is very, very important from the first time that the man began to settle down in one place during the Neolithic revolutions. So the beginning of the tilling of the land now forged the link between climate and agriculture. And for us, Nigeria, climate, especially the variability, is very critical because more than 80% of our agriculture is rain dependent. And this makes it very, very vulnerable to changes and vagaries of weather and climate. And in NIMED, we do have products and services, especially to agriculture. We provide seasonal climate prediction. We also downscale this prediction at state level, and also based on collaborations, we also do tailor-made downscaling of these products, especially to rural farmers, and we give them up-to-date information on the rainfall pattern of the year, and we also can provide some updates. We've had a collaboration with BATNF for almost 45 years, since 2016, and we have covered more than 180 village areas, covering more than 5,000 farmers. So in all this, we've tried to improve the yield and reduce the risks of farming activities at the community level. And we are doing this with so many parastatals under pyramids of agriculture, water resources, under different projects and programs. So I'm happy to be here, and very warm greetings to everybody on board. And I hope and also congratulate the organizers of this. So thank you so much, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Professor Matazo. It was indeed nice having you here. And thank you for speaking specifically about our interventions and our support. We're really grateful to have you, and we thank you also for your time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just to remind us that for this agribusiness dialogue session, we're having a number of players that will address how to build the resilience of smallholder farmers and the national agri-food system. And to begin this morning, we'll be having an opening session. We'll take a short break, and by the time we are back, we'll have our panelist and our moderator to speak to the topic that we have this morning, which is building the resilience of smallholder farmers and the national agri-food system. Stay tuned shortly.
There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 billion dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to welcome you to this first plenary session in this year's BAT Nigeria Foundation Dialogue session that is holding both physically here in Lagos and online. Of the plenary session is the building of the resilience of smallholder farmers and the national agri-food system. To discuss this with me today, we have three panelists, which include Mr. Sheye Uyileye, Mr. Shola Obikoyi, and Alhaji Kabir Mohammed Adamu. I will take a little time to introduce the panelists, and we'll then begin the session. Mr. Sheye Uyileye is the Director General of the Development Agenda for Western Nigeria. The Development Agenda for Western Nigeria is an organization that is set up to promote development in that geographical region. Mr. Uyileye has extensive experience in both the public sector and the private sector, working in Nigeria and in the United Kingdom. He also has significant experience working with development projects, and which is one of his own key areas in leading the development agenda for Western Nigeria. Mr. Uyileye, thank you very much for being present. Morning. Mr. Shola Obikoyi is the head of agribusiness at Sterling Bank Nigeria PLC. He has extensive experience in the area of agriculture, having worked in a number of financial institutions over the past couple of years in driving that particular competence. Mr. Obikoyi has extensive experience working across the, various segments of the agricultural value chain, particularly working with smallholder farmers in developing models that help to drive profitability in the various financial institutions in which he has worked. Mr. Obikoyi, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. Good morning, everyone.
Alhaji Kabir Mohammed Adamu is the immediate past managing director of the Bank of Agriculture. He has extensive experience working in the financial services system in various levels of responsibility. He started his banking career with Intercontinental Bank about 20 or 30 years ago. And from then he went through a number of evolutionary experiences in his banking career, culminating ultimately in his leading the premier agricultural bank in Nigeria with very good results. Mr. Adamu, thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Thank you very much for having me.
So, what is there are a number of questions that we are going to need to address in being able to unravel what these panelists are meant to help us with today. To start with, I will start with Mr. Obikoyi. What is resilient agriculture in your own definition?
Thank you very much. And let me start by thanking the organizers of this event, and especially the British American Tobacco Foundation for all the good works that you have done in the past years and your more than modest contribution to the development of agriculture and agribusiness in this country. Resilience, as we know, speaks to perseverance, and it speaks to the ability to be able to thrive under a particular set of circumstances or what you will call situations. So that when you speak about resilient agriculture, it speaks to a successful agricultural practice in the midst of what I will call changing circumstances or evolving circumstances. That is resilience, the ability to be able to adapt to change even as things evolve, either in the society or in whatever context that you will want to view it from. And it is in that light that I will want to say that resilient agriculture speaks to the ability to be able to provide what I will call the core functions of agriculture, the core deliverable of agriculture, and that is food security. the ability of anybody playing in that sector to stand up to that role and be able to walk through it irrespective of the changing circumstance, the ability to adapt, that is. I think in context, that is what, by definition, that is what I would describe, not necessarily define, resilience agriculture to me.
Thank you very much. Like Kabir Mohammed Adamu, we need to locate what Mr. Obikoye has said. We need to situate it in context. We are talking about making agriculture in Nigeria today. We are talking about making it resilient. 67% of the population of Nigeria is involved in agriculture. Of that 67%, the bulk of it, a minimum of 96 to 98% are smallholder farmers. So if we want to talk about resilient agriculture, we cannot but talk about it within the context of the smallholder farmer community. You have been managing director of the bank that has been charged with driving finance for agriculture at that smallholder level. Who is the smallholder farmer by your definition?
Well, a smallholder farmer is, a farmer that live, at subsistence level. That means being able to produce just enough, to feed, the family, and the excess, taken to the market, for, revenue to take care of, other needs. And like you rightly mentioned, more than 90% of, the farmers in Nigeria are smallholder farmers. And, therefore, there are so many, challenges, around, that cycle of, smallholder farmer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ile, both Messrs. Adamu and Obikoye, they have laid the foundation for us. They have told us what resilient agriculture should be. They have told us who we should be targeting. You worked in the development finance. You worked in the development area. What do you think should be our focus when we are considering resilient agriculture in a development economy like Nigeria? What should the shape of intervention be from policymakers and policy drivers in making agriculture resilient at smallholder level? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. As you rightly said, I'm in the policy formulation sector of development, and in my role where I actually work and advise 6 states in federation. And, the primary thing we say all the time, and it's applicable to basically all facets of our life, but in agriculture, it's quite stark. We tend to forget that if you don't have, and I'm starting from the end here, if you don't have adequate data, there's absolutely nothing you can do. One of the challenges we have, even as government, is when they want to intervene, it's based on, I don't want to use the word emotion, but it's based on feeling what they've had. It is not backed most times by adequate data that, okay, want to intervene. We have 1,000 youth that we are trying to bring into agriculture as an example. How have you come about that figure of 1,000 youth? What is it that you think will make that 1,000 youth stay in agriculture and then at the end of the day, find it profitable? So you find out that the biggest challenge in intervention from our governments, particularly in Nigeria, is not having that adequate data for them to intervene. It's like going around in circles. So you find a government might say, oh, but I put 100 million into youth in agriculture in my state. I can't see the result. And you're thinking, okay, you threw 100 million into it. What informed that 100 million? Were you able to monitor how the 100 million was expended? So the biggest challenge at the moment is lack of adequate data. We'll still go to other parts where we'll say that then how do you get the youth to stay on? That's a different story for another day. But even getting the youth to come in the first place, the governments are still struggling, as I said, because it's where do I start from as a government? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insight, Mr. Oyele. Alhaji Kabir Mohammed Adamu, the federal government has a number of policies in the area of agriculture that is meant to drive the inclusion of the smallholder, particularly our young women and our youth. I ask this question of you because you have been responsible for running an institution that is meant to drive such policies. What are we doing, and are we doing it right in driving inclusion, in driving sustainability that will speak to the ultimate resilience of smallholder farmers in the event of any crisis? I will give you an example. When the pandemic started back in late 2019, early 2020, how effective were those policies that had already been in place in ensuring the resilience of our farmers in the face of crisis? And having gone through what the world has gone through, do you think that on a sustainable basis, that if such crises were to show up again, our farmers are equipped to be able to weather the storm? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that, important, question. From, a financier, point of, view, there are so many factors, you look at when you now consider resilience, amongst the smallholder farmers. Don't forget, these are, farmers whose mindset and, perception, about agriculture is, agriculture as a traditional occupation, that has been, practiced, over the years without any improvement. To make it, more resilient, the need for new advanced, methods, of doing agriculture, is key. Secondly, when you look at, inputs, input supplies, the way it is, there is need for, drastic change, in the way we do it, because the input suppliers do not take responsibility, on the inputs, that they supply. For example, if a seed manufacturer like, Rahama, my brother, Dan Agundi, I'm sure will support me. If Rahama, for example, supplies seeds to a smallholder farmer, be it through an intervention or whatever, and now commits that by using my seed input, you will be able to achieve X gain, in yield. The input supplier needs to be more committed by carrying the farmer along, educating the farmer on the use application, to be able to, achieve that yield. And if there is any, problem in, achieving the targeted, result, then the input supplier, will be held responsible. As it is now, all the input suppliers are more or less, except possibly, the seed, suppliers are more or less contract, input suppliers. They just supply and, left. There was a case in Katsina State where, an input supplier supplied a seed which he sourced from somewhere without getting details on, how, the seed is. The seed, germinated, the flower, came out beautifully, but no grains. So at the end of the day, it's a huge loss. You look at access to technology. In the whole world now, for farming to be, resilient, in terms of, taking care of whatever storm, difficulty, in agriculture, there is need to have, mechanized, farming, to be able to achieve yield, improve, yield, and be able to, meet the goal of, attaining, food security. There too, is a problem. The number of tractors that we have in that country, quite certainly, are below the number that, we require. Access to finance, that one is key. It's not just about, providing, finance, money getting to the farmer without knowing what to do, with the money. And that's why, in the Bank of Agriculture, I know up to now, that is what they do. That is what we call, pre-workshop, activity before engagement, whereby farmers are brought together, taught, the various ways, they can improve on their agricultural, best practices. Again, risk factors, are there. Agriculture is more or less, an activity that, is influenced greatly by natural factors. So risks needs to be looked at, and be able to provide mitigants that will make, agriculture, resilient. Of course, all the activities along the value chain, there are challenges here and there that needs to be, addressed for, agriculture to be, resilient. We have started, the journey has started, on a good note, so many interventions, from the federal government. But as we move on, there are thorny issues here and there that needs to be looked at so that we can make, agriculture generally and, the interventions more effective and, sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Obikoye, the financial system plays a critical role in the development of any sector of the economy. I am glad to say, as somebody that follows the markets, that I think that Sterling Bank has, just like its name, demonstrated sterling commitment to developing the agricultural sector in Nigeria. But you are not missionaries. When you fund any segment, not only are you committing your own shareholders' funds, you are also committing the proprietary capital that is at your disposal, managing depositors' funds. When you look at the agriculture sector, what would make it, in building a resilient economy where food security is at the forefront, where economic diversification is a major consideration, what will make Sterling Bank do more? What will give you the confidence and comfort to see, both from the parts of the people that you finance and from the part of the policy developers, to encourage you to support Nigeria in growing her agricultural sector in a resilient manner, particularly at the smallholder level? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that if we have to stick to access to finance in Nigerian agriculture, we need to bring it into certain perspectives of where we are coming and where we are and where ultimately we can be if we get it right. I will not go as far back as the 60s. I think that narrative has been overtrashed. We know that. One of the things that we know came out of the rubbles of the neglect, the 4-decade neglect of the agri sector, was the exposure of the smallholder farmer, who, by the way, was the pyramid, the economic pyramid of the agrarian economy that we had at the time. We exposed him to the harsh realities of demand and supply, the harsh realities of market dynamics. And that pushed him further down to not just being a smallholder, but to someone who just wants to survive, such that the smallholder today lives on about $1.9 per day. That tells you that he is no longer doing what he's doing. I'm talking about agriculture. He no longer considers it as a business. He's actually into a vocation just to survive. And so the first thing we would like to see is for us to come back to winning ways and approach the smallholder, build capacity, and empower him to migrate from that smallholder tendency, or the vocational tendency, sorry, to business. So he will not just see agriculture as vocation, he will see it as business. And the moment his eyes are on the money, on the numbers, and is focused on making profits, every other thing will fall into place. Alaji has mentioned the various challenges, and I know there are more, that the smallholder farmer faces today. Unimproved yields, varieties of seeds and inputs, the issue of insecurity, the farmer-herder clashes are there. We've been around for a very long time, and there have been no clashes up till now. Then we still speak a little bit more to lack of what I would call a viral capacity building, so that the extension services of those days are no longer available or are not even replaced by more modern methods of outreach, amongst other things. These are things that have not allowed the smallholder farmer to actually re-emerge into business. And so what we would like to see a little bit more for us, in view of our experience in our bank, Sterling Bank has decided to think out of the box by approaching the agri sector on a value chain platform. So what we do essentially is a value chain finance. We try to strip agricultural business, from the conventional financial bouquet, and we try to understudy the dynamics of the businesses of the smallholders, and then design bespoke solutions, all within the provisions of the prudential guideline, that guides the Nigerian banks. But where I am going here is, so far we've been able to finance some 80,000 over smallholder farmers. And I know that this is probably a drop in the ocean, but I can tell you that given the challenges that were faced, it is no small feat, in the sense that it will be up to you to collate the data. It will be up to you to capture biometrics. It will be up to you to design and then segment the market, and then be able to come up with an acceptable product. But what will be an attraction to banks today will be, number one, to see the business sense in agriculture. The smallholder farmer must be empowered to migrate from vocation to business. Second, there must be a capacity building, the type that will help in understanding modern day agricultural practices. We cannot continue to do the same thing the same way and expect to get a different result. And I think Mr. Wileye has spoken to that when he actually gave his earlier remark. There is the need for us to drive agriculture in certain directions that are consistent with modern day practices. food security is national security. And so the role of the government cannot be undermined in all of this. But a little bit beyond the government's role, I think that coming up with a holistic structure on how to bring out the smallholder farmer from whatever conservative method that he has always adopted to the new one, it becomes very, very interesting. 3 things must happen. Number 1, we must find means of making agriculture attractive to our youth. Currently, I think as of 2019, the average age of our farming population is 59.4 years. That's far back from 2007, I think during former President Olusegun Obasanjo's era, when it was around 65 or so. So that simply means that we've had some improvement. There must be an attraction. I was watching an international event, where somebody actually made a case that you need to make agriculture sexy, in the sense that there are certain levels of the entertainment part of agriculture has to come, if that is the language that the youth of today understands. That is just one out of the very many options, but we need to do that. Number 2, we need to build the requisite capacity in knowledge impartation, modern day practices adaptation, and providing the correct ambience, the type that we had 5-6 decades ago that made agriculture thrive. And finally, and I hope to speak more to this, we need to digitize our process. And that was when Mr. Ilede spoke to gathering the correct data, conducting the correct baseline survey, such that we will be able to engage the last mile farmer without necessarily having the parochial boots on ground. We know that we can do this. We can make this happen through financial inclusion, digitization, adaptation to modern day technology that will actually assure best practices and give us the requisite increase. May I say this in closing? That the smallholder farmer will continue to be the critical success factor to our agricultural revival in this country. They are the ones in charge of primary production. And if we do not increase yield at the primary production level, every other segment of the value chain, ranging from processing right down to commodities trade, where you have all of the complexities of trade, will continue to suffer because there is simply no increase in yield for those counterparties or dependencies to survive. So we need to digitize, we need to make it attractive, and we need to build capacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Obikoye, for that very informative intervention. I want to ask Mr. Oyele my next question. When I was speaking with Shola now, my question to them, which is not to support the financial system, because there is always room to do better. But when I said to him that I understand that the banks are not missionaries, so they are not looking to intervene in the sector to lose both their own proprietary capital as well as the fiduciary capital of their depositors. But for us to have an inclusive, a robust and inclusive conversation about building resilience in the agricultural sector, we cannot exonerate the smallholder farmer community itself. Is there fidelity in the way this community deals with the people who are supposed to provide them the resources of growth? Why I'm asking you this question is that the development community is the advocate of the downtrodden. You are the one that asks everybody in the room what they are doing to better the lot of the smallholder. What is the development community doing to help to assure all stakeholders who are meant to contribute to the growth of this sector. What is the development community doing, or what do you think they should be doing to ensure that the smallholder farmer community, these folks for whom you advocate so very strongly, that they also behave aright, so that there is a community whose synergy adds to the overall resilience of the agro-food business, the agro-food system in Nigeria?
Thank you. You're quite right. We say this all the time, that for that businessman who wants to invest, there's a bottom line. They are not a charity. A bank is not an NGO, and you don't expect them to keep throwing money into a bottomless pit. So if a Sterling Bank, as an example, in year one decides to put 500 million, and they're expecting something in return, and maybe they're running at a loss, they can probably be generous and do the next year again, or one more year, and you see them exit. Then the next thing will turn around, the financial sector is not helping. But as you rightly said, the development sector, and even on the part of the government, for you to attract that finance, for you to attract those who are the moneyed men and women to come into that sector, we need to organize our own space properly. And how do we do that? I give an example recently. I gave an example about look at the anchor borrower scheme of the federal government through the CBN. And I was reading a report about 2 or 3 months ago, the default rate on anchor borrower scheme. And you're then telling yourself that on the one hand, you're saying that farmer is not being assisted. But if that farmer thinks this is my own part of the national cake to share, then you are discouraging that investor. Because as I said, for them, it's shareholders' money they are bringing in. So part of our role, and we do, I can speak for my organization, which is the regional organization in the Southwest. We engage farmers regularly. I'll give an example. We recently engaged rice farmers in the Southwest because of the mill that is coming to Lagos soon. And in talking to them, they will say, oh, they need this assistance, they need that assistance. And we tell them that, okay, these are the things you need to put in place, even for that assistance to come. In areas where we can support them to get training, we do that regularly. We link them up with organizations that are helping smallholder farmers with training schemes, organizing how they do their finances, so that if you are going to encourage, as I said, that bank A or that finance house to bring in, they can see that there is an organized sector there. That smallholder farmer is not just going to collect the money and go and marry wife 3 or go and give birth to the 10th child. I don't have a problem if you have 10 children, but if you're collecting the shareholders' money for your business. So what you said is right, that there is a big challenge at that level where education, when I mean that the farmers need to be educated on their own responsibility. It's not just a one-way thing that, oh, the government is not helping me, or the financial institutions. So even when the governments are saying, oh, we are encouraging our institutions to bring in their capital, the institution will say, thank you. It's not that we don't want to bring in the capital, but that space is not organized. I'm not prepared to put my money in that pit. So again, the onus then falls on us to continue to enlighten. And again, I'll keep using my own space now that more and more for those farmers, for them to access funding, a lot of training is now going on behind the scene, telling them their own responsibility on what they need to do for them to be able to access this. If we don't do that, we'll keep whistling in the wind. The investor will listen, but they will not put down their capital. It's as simple as that. So I will say that we still have a lot of work to do at that base level to get in bigger capital. Because make no mistake about it, government alone cannot fund agriculture. Indeed, the role of government is to put in that enabling environment. And for me, part of that enabling environment is to ensure that the beneficiary farmer is prepared to access whatever facility is there. It's part of creating that enabling environment. In fact, it's the biggest part of it. Those who are going to draw the money, what are they using it for? So yes, I agree with you that there is still a lot of work to be done there, but hey, it's a start. What we are doing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ile. I want to take an online question now. I will try to put it in as much perspective as I can based on the amount of information. And this question will go to Alhaji Kabir Adamu. What do you consider to be the resilience factors for smallholders across the value chain within the Nigerian context? What factors do you think should be in place that will help the smallholder build resilience within the agricultural value chain within the Nigerian context? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think, my colleagues, the other panelists have reiterated the fact that, attraction is a key word, to consider when, building resilience around, agriculture. So by attraction, it means that the business of agriculture has to be attractive to even the smallholder farmer for it to be sustained. Secondly, is the financiers. Agriculture as a business transaction must be attractive for them to invest their money in supporting the smallholder farmer. And of course, government to continuously put policies in place to support the smallholder farmers. They need for agriculture to be attractive. In the sense that when government intervenes by investing money in agriculture, the default rate should be as low as possible. Looking at the resilient factors, I would say that Sterling Bank, for example, has led a way by making agriculture as attractive to them, to the extent that they are investing so much, are recovering so much, from what they have, invested. But believe me, for us to build a very strong resilience around, agriculture, there is need for the private sector, to come in to also support the smallholder farmers. Like Mr. Olale said, government has no business impact, indirectly, financing, agriculture because of the perception, from the farmer's point of view that, this money is, grant, from, government that needs not to be, repaid. And that must have contributed to all this high rate of, default. But if we are able to bring in the private sector, I mean commercial banks, to come in, and support, agri-finance, believe me, the narrative will change. But I'm sure for us to be able to achieve that, there are so many things that we need to put in place, to make it, really resilient. Number one, guarantees all over the world. When you talk about agri-finance, guarantees is one of, the comfort that, any lender looks at, for them to put their money, in agriculture. I know that, in Nigeria today, CBN has, guarantee on, substantial percentage of any lending in agriculture. And also NASAN, when you pay, certain, I think 1%, to them, they cover as much as, 25%, leaving the farmer with, an exposure of, about 25%, to guarantee. But all these guarantees, are more or less, just narratives that are going around. But in actual sense, accessing the guarantee is difficult. When there is default for whatever reason, getting the guarantee to cover losses, is also another factor. Like we have all said, all my colleagues, the panelists, we need to increase capacity, in knowledge. we need to increase capacity in insurance. Apart from NAEC, which is, a non-insurance, provider in agri-finance, there is no other, insurance company that is ready to go, into agriculture and provide, insurance cover. Once we do not do that, the resilience will continue to, go down and, make it very, very difficult. We have also discussed about, extension services. Extension services before now, is perceived to be the responsibility of government. But I think it goes beyond that now because we want to increase the horizon. We want to bring in as many, smallholder farmers into the platform, as possible. And for us to do that, the extension services workers need to be the concern of, government in terms of policy formulation, needs to be the concern of financiers and also the farmers, as a group as well. We've also talked about, data. Getting reliable data is the key, to policy formulation and also the ability to analyze, credit and be able to say, yes, if I go this route, I will be able to, recover my money. It's something that we need to look at. There are so many other things, but I know time will not permit me to go, into the details. But finally, we need to also have a strong legal framework in place so that any default, will be, taken as per that. For example, if you look at AMCON now, AMCON is getting stronger because the policy guidelines, made AMCON to be able to recover its money without any difficulty. And in agri-finance space, we need to also, have that so that people will now begin to be truthful, in their dealings with, the finance institutions and be able to provide all the requirements, before credits are advanced. Otherwise, we'll just be, going within the cycle and not being able to achieve what we want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We have a question from Mr. William Dari that I would like to put to Mr. Oyele. And I want Mr. Oyele to answer this in the context of understanding what the requirements of our smallholders are, because you relate to them on a daily basis. He says, how can smallholder farmers in Nigeria, especially the youth, be encouraged to embrace farming?
Well, I was about to make, but it's I think it sits with that question as well. That you see, the era of seeing that farmer as that hoe and cutlass thing is long gone, and we must change that narrative first in order to get the younger ones to go in there. But where am I going to? Even the younger ones that are already in farming, there are still areas where the government can particularly come in to improve their resilience. You see, I don't want to go and plant 10 acres of cassava, and at harvest time, the yield is there, but the amount I'm going to get, because it's come out at the glut season or when it's all there. The government can, there's something that I read somewhere, that they do it a lot in Europe and America, which is what they call the warehouse receipt system, whereby the government can buy off them, take it off their store, and then when the prices go up, they can sell. You see, for you to remove poverty from that small, at times we go to these smallholder farmers, and because their produce is in the season, they just push it out at any price you can think of. That discourages that farmer at times. So if a farmer is expecting 10 naira as an example, but because there's a glut, he has to sell at 3 naira. He doesn't want to sell at 3 naira. Why can't we strengthen that area whereby the governments are the one intervening? The area that you can store, so that what the farmer is getting in return is encouraging. The generation we have today, They are not patient like our parents or my generation. They're not patient. They want to see it now. So the government, again, I'm part of government, if you want to put it that way, that we still have a lot of work to do in that area. And that critical area is how do we make it profitable for that younger generation? If it's not profitable, you can have all the incentive for them to come. They will say, well, what's the point in me cultivating for a whole year and all I'm getting is this? So that's why I just mentioned that one in particular, that warehouse receipt system, whereby it's not that you're pushing out your product when it's, then what other areas? Again, as my colleague here on the panel said, we need to make farming more sexy. It's as simple as that. As I said, that image of hoe and cutlass is long gone. You should be able to let them know that if they leave school and they want to go into farming, these are the policies in place that you can easily access. And it shouldn't just be policies on paper, because at times, yes, in engaging these farmers, they will tell you, oh, we've been to that ministry, we've been to that area, we've been pushed from pillar to post. It becomes discouraging. What plans do we have for, as an example, for land clearing? I mean, that's the biggest challenge facing farmers. What policies do we have in place? Can government help in subsidizing land clearing for that farmer? So little things like this are the things that can bring in that young man and woman into farming. And we are seeing little results here. I mean, we're seeing results in the Southwest where we have one or two young ones now who are getting into it. But that's still a drop in the ocean. You rightly said, the average age of farmers is 59. That's like knocking on doors of hunger. We need to bring it down to below 40 if we're actually very serious. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We're about coming to the end of this session. I hear that the chairman of the House Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Munir Dan Agundi, has a question for the panel. Honorable sir, will you go ahead and ask your question?
I think I just want to
Honorable, can you please unmute? Can you please unmute so we can hear you?
Okay. Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, sir.
Yes, I think let me thank the panelists for their wonderful discussions. But you see, for me, I'm a very practical farmer. I'm not an Abuja farmer. As I'm talking to you, I have grown some varieties or technologies of seeds that are resilient to issues of climate change and what have you. And I want to first ask to say or comment what are inputs first and what our smallholder farmers need. What we need in this country, first and foremost, on our part as policy makers, we have to ensure that our policies are well on ground to take care of the needs of smallholder farmers. You see, we first of all start a policy and then we go back to another policy somersault. So not until we have policies that are designed to take care of the needs of our smallholder farmers and legislate on them, we'll never get it right. Today is Mr. Emipele in the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Muhammad Mahmoud Abubakar. Last time we had Alaji Sabo, no. If we don't have policies that we back the somersaulting on, in those years, we had a policy on how to improve access to inputs, what you call GS. That policy has worked very well in terms to farmers. Secondly, at the same time, we were trying to develop a data of our farmers, because without data of your farmers, where they are, where the location of the farms are, you will never plan. We will continue to be throwing money into the ocean. So the person, how do we ensure that our policies are well designed to cater for the smallholder farmers? What should be the Minister of Agriculture be doing? What should CBN be doing? What should the Trade and Investment Ministry be doing? So all these talks we have been doing it, but I think for me, we are yet to get there. Let me say on why we are for this important conference now. For small young agri-entrepreneurs, you see, if we have a policy like the anchor borrower, you have like a targeted, let's say, outgrower scheme, the youth. When a company like me as an seed entrepreneur, I am given some facility, I can engage this set of youth who are more enlightened. Some have read agri, some have read a lot of things out there. Let them organize them to have their farms. Then it's just, we are going to have like a contract farming. I give you seeds, foundation or early generation seeds for me to grow. Then I buy at a certain amount or rate. And then this is the way we should engage and organize programs like Agri-Food, like the millers, like the seed entrepreneurs, like all those in production, and those in milling also. So then the another category of smallholder farmers, our rural people, the government can also design a program like that of the GS for them to access inputs, fertilizer, and seed quality seeds. And we should look at the comparative advantage of every zone in the country. Every zone in the country. Where do we say, okay, we have Northwest, let's have what are our potentials? Rice, maize, sorghum, and whatever. Southwest, I have had somebody talking about rice. Let me tell you, you see, cocoa, for example. Yes, sir. We have in the Southwest, we have, let me give an example. In the Southwest, we have a cocoa variety that can fruit in 2.5 years in one of our research institutes. I am the chairman, House Committee on Agri Colleges and Research Institutions. We have over 80,000 seedlings of this cocoa variety. Nobody is taking it. So I don't even know what we want. I don't even know what we want. Where are our government? One of this, the moderator, he's saying in the South where he's doing this. What is he doing in cocoa? Cocoa is one of the best commodities in the world. How much volume of trade in terms of chocolate? How much are we getting in our country? Cote d'Ivoire is producing 2 million metric tons. Ghana almost 1 million. Yes.
Honorable sir, I apologize, but we are out of time on this particular session.
Yes.
I want to thank you particularly because we reached across to you within a very short period of time and you responded. We thank you for your contribution to this session particularly and hope we'll be able to call on you for more insights and wisdom in the future. Thank you very much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen,
thank you.
The agri-food business is the agglomeration of the various sectors, from crop to livestock production, to aquaculture, to the various sub-segments that the speakers at this plenary session today have spoken about. It is something that is extremely important to the development of our economy and to the security of our nation, because it speaks to food security. We will not be able to do a completely exhaustive dimensioning of what is required in this space, but we hope that you have found value in the time that you have spent listening to this plenary session. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank the panelists, Alhaji Kabir Mohammed Adamu, Mr. Sheye Oyele, and Mr. Shola Obikonye for their contribution. I would again want to thank the chair of the House Committee on Agriculture, who I have always known to be passionate about agricultural development in Nigeria, for his contribution to this session. On behalf of the British American Nigeria Tobacco Foundation, I want to thank all of you and look forward to meeting with you sometime in the future when we have reason to convene again. Thank you very much.
There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 billion dreams, any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Aba to Ife to Kaduna, the land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here.
If you take a look around from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it here. But although your ever dream is to go overseas, tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah.
This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. So pass on the baton, pass on the torch. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to
Welcome
who we
back.
are than what they need. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones.
Welcome back, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you for your rapt attention in the just concluded session. That spoke a little bit general in terms of building the resilience of smallholder farmers. And I think now we'll be going more into the plenary that will speak a little bit more on specifics. And we'll be starting first with the session on youth engagement. And of course, the session is tagged the Youth Advantage in Sustainable Agriculture Development. You'll agree with me that we have the largest population when it compares to human capital in Nigeria. We constitute the largest percentage. And I think it's something that should be tapped and should be harnessed in order to drive agriculture going forward. I'll be moderating this session and I'll be calling on my panelists, which you'll also get to meet shortly. All panelists here are virtually joining us, so we'll just run with them the way we are. I'd like to start first by recognizing or bringing to the fore this morning Dr. Angel Adelaja. She's a development consultant and entrepreneur, popularly known as Ms. Green Farming, the city farmer who wants to change how agriculture is perceived. She is the founder and CEO of Farm Fresh Produce and Agro-Allied Services, Fresh Direct Nigeria, an urban farming and ag-tech company in Abuja, Nigeria. Farm Direct brings fresh premium organic produce closer to market with its stackable container farms. She has received many awards and recognitions, including Agro Nigeria 2017, Agropreneur of the Year, Woman of the Year in Agriculture, HNWOTY 2017, and also the World Economic Forum 2017 Young Breakthrough Female Tech Entrepreneur of the Year. She's currently the Senior Special Assistant on Agriculture to the Governor of Ogun State, where she is championing programs like the Ogun State Tomato and Chili Pepper Empowerment Program, TomaPep, for women and youth, Ogun Access to Agricultural Finance Training, State Agricultural Technology Lab, digitizing the state agricultural land allocation process, and many others. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'd like to welcome once again Dr. Angel Adelaja. You're very welcome. I'll move quickly now to the next person. It's no other person than Mr. Sonia Olufemi Fabi, a recipient of the Nigerian Leadership and Productivity Merit Award of the National Productivity Center. He is a serial entrepreneur and agribusiness development expert. He's an alumnus of Christ School at Ado-Ekiti, and today he's accomplished and result-oriented manager with extensive experience leading strategic planning and day-to-day farm and field operations aimed at boosting food production. He is the president and secretary board of trustee of the Youth in Commercial Agriculture and Agribusiness Development Support Organization that supports youths venturing into commercial farming through the YCAD cooperative structures. He was the pioneer president of Ekiti Chamber of Commerce Youth Entrepreneurs and currently the Ekiti State Coordinator of Nasima Youth Entrepreneurs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome once again Mr. Sonia Olufemi Fabi. And then I'll move now to also one of us. He's been with us on several occasions and is here once again. It's no other person than Farmer Ogbole Samson, who is the team lead for Eupelpsia Place Limited, otherwise known as Soilless Farm Lab, where he uses technology as an enabler for agriculture, growing plant without the use of soil, growing plant in the air, and AI-based irrigation system. Samson has a BSc in biochemistry and also a master's in biochemistry in Ibadan, and currently running his PhD also in biochemistry. He's a TEDx speaker. He's been featured on CNN, been awarded or recognized by also EFCC as one of the young and legitimate innovative minds in the year 2018. He was recognized as also one of the top 100 global leaders combining profit and purpose to help achieve the UN SDGs in 2019. There are more to his name, but you permit me to stop here so we can dive quickly into the session. I think we have one more person, but once I know he is very much around with us, I will introduce him in due course. Okay, so can I please see my panelists?
There's a story to be told, a future to be bold. There is more to who we are than what they keep. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within us.
Welcome, Mr. Sawyer. Welcome, Angel Puya. And also welcome Samson Ogbole. Thank you so very much. I think I cannot put a face to the name and we'll just go quickly. Can't see Angel yet. Can we bring Angel up? Because I would like her to start as the only female panelist in this session. The youth advantage in sustainable agriculture development. So while we're waiting for Angel to also join, I think I'll just move forward to pose my question. And I would like to start with Farmer Samson Ogbole. Samson, it's a known fact that... Please, can we tune down the song? Thank you. Thank you very much. I see Angel back on our screen, so we'll just go ahead quickly. So I'll pose it to Angel since she's here with us now. Angel, a very quick one. Nigerian youth are upwardly mobile. They are very ambitious and they want to get things done as quickly as possible. But somehow it seems that majority of young people do not have the perceived interest in agriculture. I'd like to ask you, considering that you've worked a lot with young people and you have experience also when it comes to government, why is that the challenge? Why don't young people have this interest for agriculture? Angel? Angel, you might need to unmute your mic. We can't hear you. Okay, while we're trying to sort Angel out, I'll just pose the same question to Samson Ogbole. Samson, I would just like you to give us your own side to it, why young people seemingly do not, get interested in agriculture.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. And it's a privilege and a pleasure to be on the platform. So I would say there are three tiers to this thing. Number one is what we have known through history, the historical picture of what farming is. So if you meet an average person and you say, describe a farmer, historically they are old, they are aged, they are weak, and they don't have money. So there is the historical perspective of what a farmer should look like, or what farming is. You see it as a place of hard work and little outcome. So for most people who have not engaged in farming recently, this is the picture that they have. This is number one. Now, number two is the economic aspect. So for example, I remember a while back speaking with my grandparents, there was a time when being a clergy was not something people were looking forward to becoming, or going into sports or going into entertainment. Why? It was not seen as glamorous or as something that could pay the bills. But when they started seeing people in these sectors able to pay their bills, live the decent life, or live what they call the American dream, before you know what was happening, people started gravitating towards such areas. Everybody started wanted to become either an entertainer, even if you don't have talent, you go and look for it, sing a song, become a comedian or something. Now, when you come into the farming sector, you realize that in a country like Nigeria, where they say, or where we know that over 50% of the population live fall within the poverty line. And if you look at majority of these poor people are farmers. So for a youth, they do not see agriculture as a way that can meet ends meet. They do not see agriculture as a sustainable way to ensure that they can fulfill the visions, the dreams, where they are able to afford, where they are made in oil and gas, entertainment and all of that, what they can afford. So that is number two. Number three is there is no clear pathway. So take, for example, if I say I want to become a medical doctor and I study medicine, I do not need to have a plan. The system already has a plan of this is how many years you spend in school. This is when you go for your workmanship. This is when you do your NYC. This is what you need to do to get to the next level. So even if I do not draw a plan for my life, the career helps me draw out a plan. But there is nothing like that in agriculture where you say, if I come in, this is what to do to go in here. And so you realize that when you see the youth who have even come in, they double, they get frustrated and they come out. It's like, why do you want to do the same thing? Then number four is the risk, the uncertainty. There are too many unknowns. And for most young people, they love certainty. They want to know if I put this in, I get this out. So I hear a lot of people say things like, oh, youth are not patient. No, youth are patient when they know the outcome. A youth is willing to sit down to watch a football match for 90 minutes, wait another 15 minutes extra time, because you know, at this point, this should happen. At this point, if this does not happen, there should be penalties. There is an expected outcome that makes them wait. But when it comes to agriculture, there are too many unknowns, so they do not know if I come in, what will I get out? That is a big hindrance for youth. And then number five is there is no proper understanding of the value chain, because when you say agriculture, ask most people agriculture, they'll say, oh, you want to be a farmer. But most youth do not even understand that there is more to agriculture than farming. And unfortunately, there is no proper platforms in place that takes time to explain, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. You do not need to be a farmer to be in agriculture. You do not need to have studied agri to be in agriculture. There are other areas you can come in regardless of what you studied in school, where what you studied gives you an edge in that area you've decided to come into. And you realize the reason why this is not in place yet is because most of the farmers that you see around us when we are in school, because most schools are in remote areas, are farmers who are not educated. So what they did was agriculture, not agribusiness. So they did not even understand the value chain to explain to the youth that cared enough to come around. So these are some of the reasons why youth are not really invested when it comes to say, oh, pick up agriculture, why they do not see it as a first option to come into. And of course, there is a reality of even those who are ahead in their various careers in their own areas. When I say careers, I mean those in the banking sector, those in other major sectors. You hear things like, oh, I want to invest in agriculture so that it is a retirement plan. And the youth is thinking, I don't even have a life yet. Why am I having a retirement plan? So agriculture has been painted by the super successful as a retirement plan, where you go when you are done living your life, where you go to die. So you are telling a youth that has not started life to come into a place where those who they listen to are saying, this is where you go to end your life. This is where you go to die. So there is an image of this is an end, not a pathway to what you want. So with that definition or that description, you realize that youth unconsciously see this as not the place to go to right now. It is the place you go to when you've made your money and you need to relax, or you need to start planning how to die. Okay, I can now go into agriculture and go and relax and retire on the farm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samson. I think you listed a number of things there, and I think I'll be pushing straight to Femi Fabi. Oh, it's nice to have Angel also here now. Dr. Queer, you're very welcome once again. But quickly to Femi, I'm just going to pick certain things that Samuel had mentioned. He had mentioned that one, agriculture cannot match or does not match perceived blue collar or white collar job, as we want to call them. One, he also said the level of risk and uncertainty in terms of not understanding where we are going to be even after sowing seed, considering some of the things that are also associated with this. He talked about the expected outcome not being defined based on the level of risk associated to it. And finally, I think he said, in terms of platform, it's relatively difficult to have a platform that can nurture a young person within the agricultural space. So I would like to get your perspective in terms of why young people are not currently, accepting agriculture as something they want to go into.
Thank you very much, sir. And good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's what's happening with the youth coming into agribusiness or agriculture, as we put it in Nigeria, is a pitiable thing. One, we do not have a clear role model for young people to look up to and say, this is what I want to be, this is who I want to be, this is how I want to become. And this like my colleague just mentioned, when agriculture becomes the other thing after life is done, we're encouraging youth to come into agriculture. For my state, the YCAD organization, where I'm president, was created to encourage and incentivize young people to come into commercial agriculture. And one of the things that we tell young people coming in is this: we have not asked you to come into peasant farming. We have asked you to come into agribusiness as a commercial farmer. And when we want to talk about commercial farming, certain things need to be in place. First, you are talking of land, availability of land. You are talking of access to capital. You are talking of mechanization. When you look at the scenario, that the unfortunate scenario we have in the country at the moment, we have a lot of land that is not good for agribusiness, uncleared land. Our state have spent over R1 billion clearing land. Currently in the state, we spend about 250 to 300,000 clearing an hectare of land. And our encouragement is that the least a young person should do coming into agribusiness space should be a minimum of about 10 hectares of farmland. Throughout this year now, the state has not been able to clear up to 1,000 hectares. If I put that to scale, that will only accommodate about 100 people. In fact, it will accommodate about 10 people if you put it, if it's going to be a commercial scale. But assuming you are giving 10 hectares to every young person to farm, that less than 1,000 hectares will only accommodate 100 young people to come into commercial agriculture. And these are very important factors that either encourages or discourages young people for coming into the agribusiness space. So it's like an hopeless situation where land that should even be there for young people to come in and farm is not even there. Now you talk of access to capital. Young people cannot access capital for farming. The funds that are available for agribusiness are high interest funds. When a young person takes an interest, a loan at an interest of about 27%, what kind of farming, what kind of agribusiness is such a person going to invest into and get anything worthwhile from it? Apart from that, no bank, no commercial bank in the country as we speak will even lend to any young person going into agriculture. So when the young people sum all of these things up and they look at it, it's like there is no hope there. It's like people are calling you to come into a space where they know that it is not real, where they know that life there doesn't mean anything. And this is where we need a change. We need a change of perspective. We need a change even from the leadership. We need to begin to create a Nigerian model that can encourage young people. What we're currently doing now is to make sure that we work with the Ministry of Agriculture in our state to make sure that land is available for young people to farm. We also make sure that the funds, that is why our organization goes through the cooperative system now. because we realize that any young person that wants to go into commercial farming is not able to do it. No bank will lend you this money. And for a young person who has just left school, who wants to go into commercial farming, how does such a person raise loan? Is considered a high risk individual.
All right.
So when the young people sums all of these things up, the sector is unencouraging, the sector is risk averse, and they tend to run away.
Okay, thank you very much. I really like your passion, and I think you are speaking on behalf of the Nigerian youth. I'll move now to Dr. Kuya, if you permit me to call you that. Again, I wouldn't want to belabor the conversation around why young people are not interested in agriculture. I think I want to move a little step higher. You've been very much an entrepreneur, and now you're also supporting the government. So you are practically on both sides of the divide. So my question to you, and that's where I want to start from when we go a little bit deeper in this conversation, would be what role do young people play in sustainable agriculture, and why is it important in building resilience?
Thank you so much. Good morning, or I think we're on the cusp of morning and afternoon. So good morning, good afternoon, everybody that's out there. Yes, my name is Angel Adelaja Kuye, and first I'd like to say that I don't think it's true that young people are not interested in agriculture. In fact, I would say that a lot of young people have signified their interest in starting to see the value and opportunity in agriculture. But I think that there's a barrier of entry. So you have a lot of people at the gate who want to enter. And rightfully said, I think earlier, there's a barrier of entry to actually get into agriculture, whether it be access to land, whether it be access to finance or other things. But there are ways in which we can make sure that youth are able to have an easier entry and easier access into the agricultural space. Agriculture is is one of the few sectors where you don't have to be trained to get into it. You can get into it. You can get into it by passion. You can get into it by culture. You can get into it by heredity. Like your family was in agriculture, you inherit the skill, you learn it from your family. Some of you just start with backyard gardening and you get into agriculture. But the reason that it's also the reason why there's so many issues and challenges when young people get into agriculture. Because whether you get in and you're trained, or whether you come in any other way, you must have a level of training and a level of understanding in the field. Because if not, you're going to fail, number one. And number two, if you don't have the understanding of how to engage in agriculture in a productive way that focuses on increased yield and that focuses on making sure that what you have invested as an agripreneur, we're not talking about smallholder farmers, even the smallholder farmers should see what they're doing in agriculture as an investment. But once you see that, then you want to make sure that you're maximizing your profit. And the only way that you can do that is by making sure you maximize your yield per hectare. And so if we're going to talk about getting young people to really enter into agriculture, it's one thing to say, I've been wanting to get into agriculture all this time. I don't know where to start, right? We should be moving past that. There's so many programs that are sensitizing young people on the opportunities in agriculture. But what we have seen over the past 10 plus years is interventions in agriculture that have happened in silos. But if we don't learn from those interventions, they've been government driven, they've been private sector driven. I don't agree that there's no financing for youth, and I don't agree that there's no access to land for youth, and I don't agree that I think it's for us to be able to say, these are some of the gaps and what interventions can be coupled together for unique models that are value chain based that can help get youth into agriculture. I will give you an example. So for example, we have a program here in Ogun State called the Ogun State Tomato and Pepper Empowerment Program, where we know historically what the issues are in agriculture when it comes to youth engagement, right? The number one barrier is understanding the sector and being well trained on good agricultural practices, being trained on economics of production, being trained
Dr. Delaje, we're having problems with connection. Are you here with us? Okay, so we'll just move on. Hopefully when she's back, she'll be able to complete that conversation. But
So that you have
quickly,
land.
okay.
And to be able to clear the land, if you are not financeable, then you cannot get.
You can go ahead, please.
Access to finance. And my other recognize the value of numbers. When we can come together in numbers and coordinate ourselves, we as a collective can produce more. It's easier for us to then reach out to corporate than to do that individually on our own. We have lots of young people who have shown progress in the agricultural space. I can name so many. I can speak of Ibrahim Maidari with Livestock 247. I can speak of Samson and myself when it comes to vertical farming and hydroponic farming. I can speak of Shay. He's a farmer in Ishay in Oyo State, and he's doing really, really well for himself. I can speak of the young group at Farm Crowdy, who have turned, the technology aspect and smallholder farmers and link them together to be able to finance agriculture, and on and on and on and on. Like I think Samson said before, there's so many opportunities across the value chain. So, but in our tomato program here in Ogun State, one of the things we realized is that if you want to catch people at inception, you have to have a holistic model that takes them from that training to actually being on the field farming. And the way we do this, we can't do it alone. We brought on board strategic partners, learning from the experiences of CBN, Nursal, and others, learning and learning from where the gaps were, learning from the cooperative model, the association models, the private anchor models, and trying to find a perfect hybrid that fits very, very well for our specific program. And I think when we don't learn from the interventions of the past, those monies then become sunk costs. So in our situation, we were able to train 2,500 farmers. We partnered with GIZ to be able to train 2,500 farmers on tomato and pepper alone. That's not including the over 80,000 farmers, that young people that applied in the Ogun State Job Portal for opportunities in agriculture. So it's not that young people are not interested in agriculture, but we have to translate that interest into kinetic energy, into action. Now, after we trained those individuals, we needed partners to make sure that they had financing. And we looked and we said, okay, the time that it takes, some of the requirements for CBN and some of the limitations for CBN, who can we partner with that can make sure that this tomato farming, our farmers can farm year round, they can have irrigation and everything that they need. And we found a partner in Sterling Bank. And with Sterling Bank, they were able to finance both the inputs, the labor costs, and the infrastructure costs for drip irrigation and water source for them. And that was a big game changer because it meant that our farmers would see, they don't have to worry so much about the price that they get for their produce. They can have a lower price because they are able to increase their yield. With drip irrigation, they have higher yield, but then also they're able to farm more than 2 cycles in a year. And when they're able to do that, they see more money coming in and they can pay off their loan very, very quickly. On top of that, the issue of land was a problem for us. And we realized that the best thing for them to do is be in clusters where they have shared facilities. So the state on our own, we have cleared for various value chains about 2,500 hectares. And the other panelist is right. It's expensive to clear land. But as a state, we thought that is the best thing that we can do for youth in our state, because we need to give them that head start and we need to lower that barrier. It doesn't mean that we give the land for free. They pay rent, 10,000 naira per cycle, right? Per hectare, sorry. But it's an opportunity for them to be able to have it in a way where there's no difficulty of getting land. Most of these lands belong to our fathers, our uncles, the bales, the KBACs, the elders in the community. And when you say you want to go and use that land, sometimes you don't have access. And even for young women, the challenge becomes even more than for the men, So it's very important for us to make sure that issue of access to land was resolved. So we cleared about 2,500 hectares of land across various locations in the state. On top of that, it wasn't the
Okay, so Dr. Delaja, if you permit me to just stop you, just permit me to stop you for a moment. I'll come back to you shortly.
We partnered with Captain's Foods to be able to offtake all the tomatoes from our farmers. And that is what made a very strong partnership in this program. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so very much. I'm still coming back to you. I thank you once again for your passion again in dishing out some of these initiatives that's been done, and also how better prepared you are in engaging youth. You made a conversation in your conversation. You actually alluded to the fact that you would want to go with the narrative that young people are actually interested in agriculture, but the challenge, and I want to quote you, is the barrier of entry. And that's the major thing you looked at. Again, when Femi was speaking earlier, he had talked about the minimum hectarage that is required per individual for them to be sustainable. But Samson again stressed when he spoke, and of course he also echoed that there is a need for us to look at the entire value chain. Planting or growing in hectares, as we call it, is just one aspect of the value chain, be it crop production, as we want to call it. But there are a number of value chains that we're also looking at for young people. So I want to push straight to Samson because I want us to really drive fast in this our conversation. And my conversation will be, or my question will go to Samson, it will be this way, that what then do we need to do, or what then does the government need to do to retain young people in the sector? We've been able to establish the fact that young people are interested. However, the challenge there is the barrier to entry, the barrier to keeping them and to sustaining them in that space. So what would you recommend from your experience and your interactions with young people that needs to be done to ensure that we're able to retain young people in agriculture?
Okay, thank you. I will take a cue from what Dr. Adela just said, which is, question is, where is the gap? Where do we need youth to play in? Do we need them in production, in communication, in processing, in logistics? Where do you need their energy? Where do you need their creativity? Now, in trying to answer that, the next question would be, which crop or group of produce do we want to focus on that will give us a big economic advantage from where we are? So I'll give an example. I know when Dr. Angel was speaking, he talked about, for example, Captain Food. Now, Captain Food are people that do tomatoes into paste. And these guys need a lot of tomatoes. Now, if the state says, oh, we have a lot of processors around us, and we realize that what they need is tomatoes. We have gotten local farmers to do the production of the tomatoes, but moving the tomatoes from the farm to the market or to the companies is an issue. This is where we need the youth. Or where we need the youth is somebody to come in as an expert to help ensure that we have bigger sizes or more water in the tomatoes or more pulp in the tomatoes. What is the gap? So this is where the government can step in. Step in first by helping to draw a plan. The youth who is trying to come in may not have access to the big players in the industry who are into processing and all of that, but the government have access to these people. So what is the gap that you want to fill? So that when we are trying to bring in the youth, we are able to reduce the barrier of entry for youth to come and play in these regions. Because the reality is, I do not believe we actually need more farmers. Yes, we want youth to come in, but not necessarily more farmers coming to farm. But we need them in other areas. Do we want them to be able to produce more machines that are easier to use? Take, for instance, in the past 1 week, I've been in a program where they develop machines literally from scratch. And you have young guys doing all of these things from scratch. Is this where you need youth to play in? Do you need them to go and understudy a farmer, understand the problems they are going through, and have a cheap tool that they can use? I know Mr. Femi earlier talked about mechanization. It may not be mechanization of the government providing tractors, but having youth in a place that can now think and say, okay, how can we create smaller tools that can be used for these processes? How can we create smaller tools that would help in preservation? I'll give an example. Mr. Think Inamaka of Code Hub. he was able to see that there is a gap around a lot of food waste going on in the market. Okay, so he had to come and get a team that would say, oh, let's produce something that we can put in the marketplace that you can come and store your fresh produce. So that if you store your fresh produce, you are able to elongate their shelf life and sell them when the market is available, as opposed to having to sell based on whatever price the market offers or throw them away. So I would say, in trying to understand where the youth would play, we need to first agree which crops do we want to focus on as a country, as a state, as a local government, and what are the gaps. Now, based on the gap, it is now easy to get youth to say, okay, this is what you need to do to plug into this space. And once you plug in, you are fulfilling a purpose, you are creating value, and automatically you will be able to generate income, as opposed to having the youth come in and they just want to play. Because most of the time you see most young guys that want to come into farming, they are looking at coming in, they are the farmer, they are the agronomists, they are the soil scientists, they are the fertilizer experts, they are the irrigation experts themselves. They also want to create market, they want to handle logistics. And you understand that when one person does a lot of things, that is the proper recipe for failure. But if they come in, and because then there is a proper plan, they know where they fit in. And based on that, it becomes easier to succeed. I think that answers the question in any way.
Thank you so very much, Samson. I think you did justice to that. And I'm just going to pick certain things from your point, and then I'll just go to Dr. Adelaja to help in responding to that. One critical thing you said that needs to be done from the government perspective is to ensure that the government themselves are able to identify the gap. We have the population, we have the strength, we have the creativity for young people, but it is very ideal that they are not just going into something vaguely, or they're not just going into something, just because every other person is going there. But it is very instrumental and important that the government themselves, identify where the gaps are, and based on that, they're able to perfectly suit in young people. Dr. Adela just said in our earlier introduction that young people do not need to be schooled in agriculture. However, they need to be trained for them to be able to succeed. And in your conversation, you also did mention that there is a need for us to, not go into agriculture having to do every single thing ourselves. Now, doctor, we are trying to say we want young people to be retained in this sector, but how with very little, should I use the word? I don't want to use the word finance, but with very little wherewithal, how do you think young people who want to get retained in this sector can flourish doing all of this? And for example, I'm in cassava. I need to sell, to manage how it leaves the farm and gets to the processing center. That's logistics. I need to also ensure how my input can get the right input to come to my farm. Now, if I need to get other people to support me in this, does it not in a way already eat into what I'm expecting at the end? And would that also not be a recipe for failure even before starting? Dr. Lelaja, please.
So one thing I'll say is that I think that for we young ones who are in it, we understand from experience the challenges of putting too much on your plate. When the reason why having a system of partnerships works is because when you, like now, if I have a tractor and I have a tractor of my own, the cost of owning that tractor is enormous. In the States, we partnered with Hello Tractors, and we said, Hello Tractors doesn't want to buy tractors. They don't want to sell tractors to the States. They want people who have tractors to maximize the use of those tractors to be able to make money for themselves, for the tractor operators. And on top of that, have young people in the community who know the farmers as booking agents to make money. It means, though, that the cost of labor for a farmer to do land preparation on their land and the time that it would take will come down, because you don't have to hire as many hands on your land. You have a machine that can do it for you faster. But sometimes we come with a I don't want to say poverty mindset, but a scarcity mindset, where we're so used to having the low yields that with the low yields, we're thinking of the low returns, not realizing that once in cassava, once you have an improved variety and you use mechanization to plant it, and you make sure the spacing is correct, and you use the right inputs, the right pesticides and herbicides and things like that, you will find that you have such a higher yield. You start going from 10 tons per hectare to 40 tons per hectare. Then look at the returns that you get. So you have to get them to understand it as a business and understand that what you put in is what you're going to get out. If you put in the bare minimum, you're going to get the bare minimum. And if you put in maximize, even now, Cold Hubs is also a partner with us. That's why I'm happy that Samson brought them up. We brought in a company called Heifer International. And Heifer International, they finance innovative solutions. And so they're partnering with us on this tomato value chain as well. And we as a state cannot do it all. So they brought funding to finance Captain's Foods to be able to take more tomatoes so that he can expand his factory, and that means that he can buy more. And it means that if our farmers can increase their yield, regardless of the price, they're getting more. On top of that, Cold Hubs is able to keep some of the tomatoes that will go to other vendors and to the open market, right? It means the farmers can keep their produce for longer. So if you can keep your produce for longer, it means you have less waste and less spoilage. So we have to start sensitizing youth. And that's why I said the role of government is to be able to take innovations and pilot them and create ecosystems where all the players, when they find their little niche, can come in, show proof of concept that gets the farmers to feel comfortable. And Samson had a point. We want, number one, I do want a lot of young people to get into the production side. But at the same time, I want a lot of young people to get into the processing side, to get into the innovation side. In Ogun State, we have the Ogun State Agricultural Technology and Innovation Lab. And that Ag Lab is focused at helping youth get to a space where they have the environment to innovate in agriculture, get access to the farmers, to pilot, work with extension officers, work with captains of industry, and we become that, not everybody has a auntie or uncle that they can go to say, auntie, how can you connect me? The state now becomes that auntie and uncle. I don't think there's anyone that my governor does not know, or that my commissioner does not know. But we keep an open door policy for people to be able to get access. We try to showcase those innovations and those organizations and those young people, because when other young people see that, they see where they can fit in. And that includes logistics management. That includes even crate rent, something as simple as crate rental. Somebody came to us and said they want to use crate rental as something innovative, where they manage the crating system. Farmers don't have to invest in that. So rather than a farmer having the capital to invest in it right away, they can rent it until they want to buy or until they make more money to buy. I think that these things help to get more people into the system. Once they're in the system, our focus is now, how do we scale them? But you cannot start doing 500 hectares on your own without starting from somewhere, and so we want to just get them comfortable in the sector. We want them to be able to get access in the sector. We'll continue to put together policies on security, policies on access to land, policies that prevent encroachment, policies that promote local content for our farmers in the state, policies that drive agro-industry in the state, like our special agro-processing cargo, special agro-processing zone, the agro-cargo airport, the SME spaces within the industrial clusters for young individuals to have spaces to innovate in agriculture and to do primary production and processing in agriculture. So it's just to be able to have an environment where they can thrive, to create linkages so that they are connected, and to make sure that the value chain is strengthened, and the rest of it is for us to even measure that success. It's one thing to say it's happening, it's another thing to measure and have data and showcase. And only then, you don't have to tell a young person that they need to go and ride Okada. When they see young people making money from Okada, they'll enter Okada. But you see what government did. Keke and Okada, they were giving it out back then, and it became rampant. So if we're able to use this as a case study and showcase young people successful, which organizations like IITA have done for cassava and other value chains, then the rest of the young people will flock into these agricultural, sectors as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adela. I think that was well said. How time flies when a sweet conversation as this is going on. So just to have your closing remarks, I would just like to pose it as a question, and the question will go to both of you. I would like Dr. Angel to respond as someone working in government, so to say, as a special, senior special advisor. And then for Samson, I'd like you to speak more as an entrepreneur outside. And what I would just want you to comment on very briefly as we wrap up, because we're already out of time, is just to put in perspective, and I'll say it this way, to put in perspective what policy recommendation from the private sector or from the entrepreneur point of view will you propose to the government to ensure that they are able to get more young people involved and retain them? And the same question I posed to Dr. Adelaja, what policy recommendation as an insider would you also be providing to the government to see that you are able to also attract more young people and also to retain them? Very briefly, please, we're out of time. Thank you. Samson, you might go first. You might need to unmute your mic.
Sorry, thank you very much. So what I would say is, as a policy recommendation, I think I would rather speak to the youth as opposed to speaking to the government, though it's supposed to be for the government. For anybody as a youth in agriculture, document your process. Because you see, we cannot recommend policies without data to prove what those policies outcome would become. But if we are able to document our processes, see, the processes may be right, they may be wrong, the end result may be good, it may be bad, but by the time you come and you say, this is what we want you to do, this is what we need, we are able to show data that proves this is the gap, or this is what would happen at the end of the day. The reason why most of the time I see governments import policies, because these people have policies that they have data to prove what they are telling people to pick up. So, but we do not have data to back it up. I'm glad that Dr. Nje talked about IITA, for example. If you go to IITA, one of the cornerstones in IITA is data. They have data to prove everything they
30
want
seconds, please.
to do. All right, so they have data to prove. So as youth, I would say it starts from us. Let's come together, document your process. When you document your process, then we can speak in one voice based on what we are going through. But if I say this is what I want, I may be speaking for myself in Ogun State. I'm not speaking for somebody in Oyo State or somebody in Abuja. But if we have our processes documented, now there are platforms where we can now come together and say, okay, this is what the solution should be based on what we have documented, not emotions, not just intellectual, but this is the reality of what is on ground. Then we can now say this is what government should do next. But as of right now, telling government what to do is just me speaking from our own microeconomy, and it may not be representative for everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Adelaja, please, can you do it in less than a minute, please?
Yes, I'll say three things. Number one, catch them young policy to make sure that youth in school, especially in secondary school and in universities, have applied and practical experience in agriculture. That's an agribusiness. That's one. Number two, financing that focuses on youth. I think the Sterling Bank Sway AgFin model is something that was adopted from the CBN Anchor Borrowers Program, but it was done in such a way where it gets funding to young people and women in a rapid fashion. You know, and I think that if many private sector banks can champion this as well, and government can support this with the funds, that's very, very important. And then innovation and technology should be used to drive agriculture, not agriculture as an art, not agriculture as a cultural way of doing things, agriculture as a science. The data is important. So let's start to look at agriculture. And then number four, let's start to plan ahead. Our economy can be driven with strategic investment in the agricultural space. And so we want to make sure that as we do that, we're measuring what it is that we have put in, what has come out of those interventions, and where we should continue to invest in the future. So I think that informed decision-making should be there based on data. So those four things are my suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sonia was able to join us, but I think we're wrapping up now. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to say a very big thank you to all our panelists. Sonia Lua, Femi Fabi, thank you for honoring us. Dr. Adelaja, thank you for honoring us. And of course, Farmer Samson Ogoli, as he likes to be called. Thank you for honoring us. We'll be moving forward in our session to the next plenary. Wish you the very best, and we'll definitely keep in touch. Thank you, and have a wonderful day ahead.
Talk to you. Okay.
I'm Taiwo Iyola, 25 years old, graduated from Department of Forestry and Wood Technology, Federal University of Technology. And founder of Agri-Food, the beekeeping and honey production. I started with one hive before moving on to 2 months after, I did 4 hives, 4 more hives. I started alone, doing the whole work myself. I keep on applying for different grants I see online, checking up for opportunities, and I stumbled on the Farmers for the Future grant by the British American Tobacco Foundation. I applied and I was lucky to be one of the winners. And now I have about 60 hives altogether. From the British American Tobacco. We process before we use this seed to sieve out the honey. Then we package just that way before the ground. But now we're making use of machines, so we don't have to have contact, so to say. So we're now making the whole process in a more hygienic way, in a more conducive environment. So the support did not include just financial support. It actually involved the technical support and trainings from entrepreneurs and some mentors. So whenever we have challenges, through the mentors given to us, we're able to find solutions to them. These are the going on for a year now. To get more stars and get team guys together, people that work on the social media, people that work on the field, and even interns that work part-time with us. So I'll be able to see the need to get them. So we have more workers now. So the business now has a proper structure compared to when it first started. So the structure has actually helped to maintain the business and able to even attract more sales, more clients. Now we're not looking at just selling by the roadside or selling at stalls. We are looking at selling at even big malls. Agriculture can be very stressful at times, but the reward is there if you can just go through the stress a little bit, especially when you are just setting up. The yield is something you can smile at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. That was a short video of our intervention and our support to young people. Our next session is on climate, and it's on impact of climate change on food production and the resilience of the smallholder farmer. We'll be having Professor Matazu and we'll be having Aziz Salawu. And this session will be moderated all the way from Kenya. We have Dr. Adebisi Araba to moderate this session. Over to you, Dr. Adebisi.
Well, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at the 4th Agribusiness Dialogue organized by the British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation. As the moderator mentioned, we have, I suppose we have 2 of our speakers here, and I'll just go quickly to making introductions. Professor Mansour Bako Matazu is currently the Director General and CEO, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET. Professor Matazu holds a PhD in Applied Meteorology from the Federal University of Technology, Minna, and a postgraduate degree at Erasmus University in the Netherlands. He lectured at the Federal University of Technology, Minna, as well as the Federal University Dutsema in Katsina State before joining NIMET. Professor Matazu is a member of the Nigerian Environment Society, African Forestry Forum, Nigerian Meteorological Society, the Climate Change Network, Nigeria, as well as the Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Nigeria. Prior to his appointment to NIMET, he was the general manager for research as well as the technical assistant to the previous director general. We also have Aziz Salau. Mr. Aziz Salau is a youth in agriculture advocate and climate activist with broad experience in mobilizing the youth for climate action, food and nutrition security and sustainable development in Nigeria. He's the founder and executive director at Community Action for Food Security, CAFS, and he currently serves as the youth leader for the UN Food Systems Summit Dialogues, where he coordinates all youth engagements with the national convener in Nigeria. He's an ambassador for Climate 2020 conference in Hamburg. He's also a leader, Climate Reality Leadership Corporation. Aziz has participated in high-level discussions and negotiations both at the international and local levels on critical development issues on climate change, agriculture, sustainable development, human rights, policy reforms. He holds a master's degree in crop production. I just want to make sure these are the only two panelists we have today. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you both here. Professor Matazu, I'd like to begin with you. Seeing as your role as the Chief Executive Officer of NIMET, and thank you again for your opening remarks, where you talked about some of the products and services that NIMET provides. In the context of this panel discussion, I wanted to pose my opening question to you. What innovations are you developing at NIMET, and what innovations are you deploying to ensure that your products and services improve agriculture productivity and help to de-risk investments into the agri-food sector?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Araba, and good afternoon, my fellow panelists and the other members. This is a very good question. And I initially asked for permission to share some slides that will have answered some of these questions. So with your permission, if I can have up to 10-15 minutes, I will try to share the slides that will cut across vast areas, and then also I'll try to also chip in some comments on the questions asked. But as we made mention in NIMET, we have realized that farming in the country is really rainfall dependent, more than 90%, and the rainfall is highly variable, not only in Nigeria, but in the tropics. Even forecasting weather and climate in the tropics is so much difficult because of the nature of the atmosphere. So with this, farmers require up-to-date information, very precise and point focus, with updates for them to de-risk the farming activity. And more so, especially with the saying that in the developed countries, farmers always year in, year out look for profit margins. And in our case, farmers year in, year out try to avoid the risks. So what role NIMET is playing is try to de-risk the agriculture in trying to provide climate smart information. So with your permission, if I can just go ahead to briefly share these slides in 10 minutes, please.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, but you have disabled participant screen sharing. So if you can allow that, please. Thank you.
I think the organizers need to do that.
Okay, so please, the host, can the host allow me share screen? I've asked for this permission earlier, please.
Okay.
Okay, thanks so much.
I believe, yeah.
yeah, I'm doing that now. Okay, quickly, just to mention here, I'll just briefly in 10 minutes give us a background on NIMET at a glance and what we do, where we come from, and of course also try to share one of our forefront for products in form of seasonal climate prediction forecast, and then what are the realities on ground, and try to link the two, especially the vital product with food security and what role that NIMET plays in the country.
Professor Matazu, can you click on the presenter view? Yeah.
Okay, fine. Okay, thanks so much.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for this. Yeah. So NIMET, as I said earlier, we're a very old organization. So we have available record as far back as 1887 in the present Bayelsa State, but presently we are domiciled in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Aviation. We've been in agriculture, commerce, industry, a lot of communications water resources, and that shows how fluid our services is. But presently, we are Federal Ministry of Aviation. This is our mandate and our vision and mission statements. We do a lot of provide services, products to different sectors of the economy, one of which is agriculture. We also provide other services in all the sectors, including defense and finance. To be able to monitor weather and also give forecast, you need a high-tech equipment, and in doing this, we have to rely with a lot of high-tech installation across the country. So we have some of them, including even the studio that we make our presentation. So the weather forecast you see on tele mostly generated from our own studio after running the models and other things. Wow. It's hanging here. Okay, this are also array of some of these instruments. We are present in more than 54 locations, but some of our installation across all the countries. We are still improving on some of this installation, because the more denser the weather stations and some of these installations are, the more precise point forecasts. This is an example of one of the oldest record as far back as 1887. It's in our archive, and we have digitized all this information there presently. So WMO awarded the NIMED with 5 sentinel stations that have spent up to 100 years providing services. To achieve some of our activities, especially you need to get ISO certified at global level. We are the first African net service to have been ISO certified 9001 2015, and also ISO 2990 2010. And we are also auditing other countries' ISO certifications. Presently for Liberia and Sierra Leone, we provide them with our daily weather forecasting services from Nigeria at no cost to these two countries. So looking at this role that the country NIMED is playing at the country level, so that gives us the more zeal and energy to be able to serve the Nigerian populace better. Coming to the main topic of changing climate. Climate is changing, but we need to also distinguish between climate variability and climate change. Climate variability is the natural oscillation variability of long-term climate elements. But for climate change, it's man-induced changes which come with a lot of intensification, and also the magnitude of extreme events is becoming so much high, both below and above the threshold of the climatic system, as we're going to see later. So this is about 100 years observation of temperature from 1851 to 2020, and we see metamorphosing and graduating from blue, the cold phases, into reddish and now ox-blood level, that really temperature is really increasing globally. And we're going to see later whether Nigerian also climate is responding to these trends of global climate change due to global warming. These are some global evidences of as indicators of climate change, issues of temperature increase, issue of increasing droughts and flood due to frequency, and also sparkling violence in some other regions. These are levels of the increase, or also multiplier implication on the ecosystem, as we can see declining of over 40 to 90% of grassland productivity in some of these zones. And as a result of this, we are having high-level desertification and soil salinization based on the ICPC 2007 reports. For us in the country, just of recent, growing season, we have seen dry spell occurring in September to October in many parts of the country, especially in the northern parts of the country. And this is also the time coincide with the cessation period, the harvesting period. So some of the crops also do experience low yield. There's high intensity rainfall, which increases soil erosion. And of course, also extreme events such as floods and droughts also is lowering long-term yields by directly damaging crops at specific developmental stage. So we ran some analysis at the agency And we have realized that based on the global scenarios on climate change, even at the local level in Nigeria, we have evidence that climate is changing. And one of these is there is changes in onset dates of rains period. As you can see on the map on the left side, from 1941 to 1970, it shows only 3 pockets, areas that experience delayed onset. Onset is the planting period, not necessarily the first rain, but when there is soil moisture of about 50 to 60%, that is enough for germinations. And the current map of 2020 shows that more than 60% of the country is experiencing delayed onset. This is very critical for farmers, and the farmers need to know about this in order to respond to these changes. The second indicator is the cessation period. That's the end of the growing season when soil moisture is less than 25% to sustain agricultural activities. As you can see, from 1941 to 1970, we only have some pockets of area that experience early cessation. And as currently on the right arm, you can see that more than 60–70% of the country is being engulfed by experiencing early cessation. And these two, what we call precipitation or rainfall effectiveness parameters, they are very critical: onset, planting period, and cessation. So as you can see, we are experiencing delayed onset coupled with early cessation, and that also means that we are having a shortening of the lifespan of the growing season. This is very critical. Of recent, also there is a very injurious element of dry spell. This happens after the onset, after farmers have planted and the young seedlings growing up, flourishing. Then suddenly you experience absence of rain for several weeks at times. So we have seen these areas, dry spell combining with little dry season. The popularly known August break in the southwest is now expanding to cover most parts of the Niger Delta, and is expanding even into parts of the north. As we can see in 2020, some areas experience 2 months absence of rainy season because of this phenomenon. On the long-term analysis, we have realized this on the left arm is the rainfall anomalies over Nigeria. As you can see, we are experiencing increasing amount of rainfall, but then it's not necessarily that the growing season is increasing, but it's just the amount, and that shows that high volume of water is being experienced within a short period of time, and this is what results into flash floods and other riverine floods across the country. We have been seeing all this both for both northern and southern parts of the country. Temperature also for both northern and southern parts of the country is on the increase, as you can see the sharp trends I'm showcasing here. These are evidence of some of these indicators that I've shown earlier. A lot of flash floods for Taraba State. We have seen this year that within 4–6 hours they experience over 170–80 millimeters of rain, and that is about 25% of their total average that they receive. A lot of flash flood in Lagos, a lot of riverine floods in many parts of the country. And on the right arm is the Lake Chad being shrinking at a faster. It used to be as big as Katsina State in the 1960s, and now is we only have what is called former Chads in most parts of the northeastern part. And this is an area that more than 20 million population depends on. And comparatively also, we are beginning to see, I don't know, this time around, maybe land use dynamics in addition to climate change. This picture depicts southern parts of Niger with northern parts of Nigeria, directly opposite. Comparative analysis showing tree cover percentage, and which shows that extreme northern Nigeria is drier now and is having less denser tree species than southern Niger. So this has to do with land use dynamics and the policies in the country. This is a topic for another day. But coming to the second arm of this presentation, is one of the major products also we also support agriculture is the seasonal climate prediction. Our minister released this product as early as January, February to be able to give lead time for 2–3 months lead time for farmers to prepare. And these documents from last 2–3 years, we are able to translate these documents into the 3 major languages. So we have the seasonal climate prediction, and also we run the state of the climate analysis to be able to guide policymakers. And these are the sample of the translated versions of these vital products. And even during COVID 2020-2021, we were able to downscale this focus at at Abuja, and more than 1,300 also participated virtually, including WMO, as you can see on this slide, participating. What is this seasonal climate prediction? This is our major product that especially provide meteorological information for sustainable development. We combine historical crop information, basic soil information to be able to come up with this product. These are example of some of the maps. I wouldn't waste time on this. I would just want to reach for the onset cessation period, and we also give monthly updates of anomalies, and all these anomalies also occurred within the country based on the forecast provided. Soil moisture also analysis. So now coming to the last part of this presentation, what is the link between these vital products also and especially with the role of NIMED in getting food security, sustainability in the country? So these are array of some of our products and services that we do provide. We provide 3 days impact-based forecast that can guide farmers. We also have AgroMed bulletin on 10 days basis. We do also have other array of products and services, and all these are on our websites. But principally for agriculture, these are critical products: the seasonal climate prediction, the AgroMed bulletin, and on request also we can provide farmers guide for any user, for any community. And also we incorporate what we call crop weather calendar. Due to our participation and collaboration with the British American Foundation, we realize that this is one of our vital products. Farmers do appreciate this product because it gives them detailed information from land clearing to harvesting, and it can even give a forecast of the yield that farmers will get. We do annual climate review, and these are flood and drought, and these are array of some of these products. So all these products are meant to trigger behavioral change among farmers in order to improve yields and also to make farming a very resilient occupations. But we've run an analysis survey in the country and realized that our agri-extension officers are very knowledgeable, but part of their extension package, they lack timely weather and climate information. And that is what we try now to also leverage on collaboration, like with the foundation of BATNF, to fill this gap. And in filling this gap, we provided some downscaling activities at the community level. Permit me to rush. These are some of the examples of some of the advisories we provide in some of these products. Time will not permit to detail, but I will share this information. This slides I will rush in 2 minutes to complete. We run an analysis to determine the impact of our forecast, and this indicates that all farmers that planted within the forecast period that we provided got relative performance of their crops at more than 90%. And on this slide, you can see on this round figure shows the performance of crops that for farmers that use traditional methods of planting without adopting climate information. And for the triangular black symbols, it shows in a location that you got about 8 to 9 tons per hectare based on the adoption of this. And this has really threatened us and confirmed the global literature that by adopting the weather climate information into farming activities, you tend to get increase in yield by more than 30 to 40%. And these are examples of some of the cropping calendar we provide for Kwara states. And before doing this, we have to conduct a baseline survey to get the agronomic information and characteristics of such areas. We go beyond. Also, we provide livestock comfortability index for livestock keepers, and also this was found to be very vital. To do this, we have to collaborate with a lot of organizations and non-governmental organizations across the country. So this are array of agri-related collaboration we've been having with IITA, Ministry of Agriculture, IFAD CAPS, Center for Dryland Agriculture, Center for National for Extension and Liaison Services, IAR Zaria, especially on climate smart villages, agri-insurance, and other NGOs. This for British American Tobacco, the foundation between 2016 to 2019, we were able to cover 45 local government areas, and also we've trained more than 5,000 lead farmers and agri-extension officers, and they have also realized significant increase in their yield. We've also covered this state under IFAD CAPS project, and we also we were also into this study under FGN IFAD Life and the project in the Niger Delta. And this are some field example of some of our field activities across the country, cutting across all the agroecological zones. But so over the years, in summary, we have built infrastructure, developed competencies for effective service delivery, and with the collaboration with the government organization, NGOs, our products and services are multi-sectoral, especially in agriculture. And it is very important that we continue to collaborate, especially in downscaling this focus to these users, especially using the technology leverage now, especially using handsets. It really helps and the risk in agriculture. I thank you very much for the opportunity given to share this few slides, and I also remain open for the question. Thank you so much, Dr. Araba and other panelists.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Matazu. I will come back to you shortly after my discussion with Aziz. I want to hear more from you on NIMET's engagement with the private sector and how NIMET is supporting the wider entrepreneurship ecosystem by extending this knowledge or the knowledge products that you've developed. Now, Aziz, you most recently, we had a Global Food System Summit held in September of this year. And in the lead up to that, of course, there was a pre-summit in Rome in July. And before that, I would say more or less throughout this year, we had annual multiple stakeholder dialogues. I followed quite a few of those dialogues in Nigeria, different themes. And in your role as a senior advisor to the national convener, can you give us a summary of Nigeria's understanding of what will be required to transform food systems in Nigeria as it relates to building resilience? Over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Araba. Hello, everyone. It's really good to join the panel section this afternoon. My name is Aziz. I'm one of the youth leaders that work with the national convener for the UN Food Systems Summit, both the dialogues at the national level and also at the international and also at the regional level. And I must say that the dialogues, the conversation has actually come and gone. We had all countries across the world actually came out with a pathway. That's a recommendation that came out of the different dialogues, both the independent dialogue and also the nationally organized dialogue. And the good thing about this dialogue is that it's actually brought every one of us together across the value chain, talking about the young people, the private sector, the women, the youth group. Everybody was actually involved from the beginning of the dialogue and the project to the end. It led to the pre-summit and also the summit at New York, though the COVID-19 was not, it did not allow us to actually be there physically, but then it happened hybrid, and a lot of things happened. And some of the pathways, some of the recommendations that came out of Nigeria's national pathways to improving on our food system, talking about the resilience part of it, and that is what we call the climate change drivers of the food system. And this is actually documented in Nigerian food system national pathways. And for the climate change drivers of our food system, we are looking at adoption of climate smart agricultural practice and also some eco-friendly systems of land development, production, and of land from erosion and planting of trees, application of organic manure, and also other things actually that encompass the issue of practicing climate resilience agriculture. Also, we talked that the recommendation came out that there's need for us to build capacity of the local communities, especially small-scale farmers, to engage in agroforestry, in nature-based production, resilient seedling, and also raising seedling and maintaining plantations that help them to not only adapt to the effect of climate change, but also help them to improve in their output and also increase their livelihood. It is actually also very important to state that part of the recommendations that came out is the issue of mapping and classification of agricultural land in states for production. And this is where there's need for us to work together in terms of working at the national level, the state level, and also down to the local level, which has to do with where the small-scale farmers reside. There's also the need for collaboration. It also came out of the recommendation, collaboration between government, households, NGOs, research organizations, to make sure that we are taking action, real action on the effect of climate change. Also, we've had a lot of policy. I still have the policies that Dr. AGRIBUSINESS was part of, which was the National Agricultural Resilience Framework policy that came out during Dr. Akim Adesina's tenure as the Minister of Agriculture in Nigeria. So we have that policy still stands. Talks about it's explicitly about climate resilience practices that help us adapt to the effect of climate change. But then, so it also came out of the recommendations, and it comes as policy reforms that helps to enable us to act to ensure the preservation of the forest reserve, our green belts, our wetland, watersheds, and other critical ecosystems. All these critical ecosystems cannot, we can't, step it aside, because they also contribute in one way or the other, to the effect of climate change we are currently battling with. Issues around avoiding flood, irrigation, recharge the aquifers to make sure that we improve food production during the adverse weather conditions. There's also need for public-private partnership on climate early warning systems, monitor, track, report, potential climate crisis in different states. What is happening in the north is different from what is happening in the south. And I can commend NIMET on this. They've been doing a lot of work around making sure that climate information services actually get to small scale farmers. But then there's need for us to come together as partners, strategic partners across the value chain, talking about the private sector, the NGOs, youth organizations, women organizations, and also working with the local communities to make sure that we all rally around all these innovations that NIMET are bringing across board to make sure that climate information, weather information services actually get to the small scale farmers as early as possible. There's also need for us to talk about partnerships that should include meteorological agencies, incorporation of information dissemination to make sure that it actually gets to the grassroots. And when we are passing those information to the grassroots at the grassroots level, we have to be strategic about it in the sense that we have to make sure that we pass it to them in a language you could understand. We break it, we step it down to the level they can, you make sure that there are local radio stations, and also, work with the national orientation agencies. All these recommendations came out as, our climate change drivers for our food system. And I strongly believe that at the time is now, the implementation process is already ongoing. We now have like a three major action that has been highlighted by the national convener. It has been presented to the governors, because the national convener can actually not do it alone. There's need for us to, the interministerial committees that has to do with climate change. We have like six ministries that have to do with climate change: Ministry of Environment, Agriculture, Ministry of Water Resources, Ministry of Aviation. All these ministries, we now need to make use of, these recommendations that came out of the UN Food System Dialogue and Summit to make sure that we start, genuinely driving, implementation around our food system. The earlier we start this, the better. And, we really can't do it alone. We need to make sure that we are strategic in putting out, the right partnership. When we have this partnership in place, it would, it would really help. Other agencies are talking about the donor agencies and other people that really needs to make sure that this thing works out the way we really want it. Everybody must work together collectively to make sure that we collectively transform our food system. Climate change is actually a very big one for us, and it is very important for us to make sure that food system transformation is happening now, and we really need to make sure that we work together collectively to achieve a common goal. And the common goal is what? Transforming our food system, making sure that everyone is really getting involved. And,
thank you, Aziz.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, I think on that note of, it has to be interministerial, not just on the public sector side, but across the country. It involves multiple stakeholders. It involves public sector, private sector, civil society. Every individual has a role to play in this. Of course, because through the agriculture and food sectors, we all eat food. And so that everyone is a stakeholder. We're all concerned with this. So let me pose the second question, and I think it's to both of you. And thank you very much, Aziz, for bringing up the National Agriculture Resilience Framework. I think quite a few people. I've looked at the list of attendees. There's some people on this session who were critical in shaping and ushering this. But here's my question to you. The National Agriculture Resilience Framework was launched in April 2014. So this is over 7 years ago. Now, from a civil society advocacy perspective, I'd like to hear your thoughts. But before you, I'd like to pose to Professor Matazu. What can we articulate as the gains we have achieved in moving Nigeria into a climate resilient agri-food economy? What can we point our fingers to say we have achieved ABC? What are the things we've done well? Where are the areas, and I would say no more than 2 minutes, please. Where are the areas that you think we still need more work, and what is holding us back? Professor Matazu, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, my brother, for these wonderful questions. As you did mention earlier, I think as a country, as a nation, we have done extremely well on policy formulation, downscaling global climate change related policy to national frameworks and action plans. And this has metamorphosed into really establishing text for climate change in various ministries, departments, and agencies. We've done very well on this as a nation. And also in terms of also monitoring and documenting the science of climate change at the national level, also have done very well. This product, seasonal climate prediction, is more than 10 years old. We've been doing this since 2010, and also been doing a lot of services, climate smart agricultural services in collaboration with different MDAs, with different donor partners, and including NGOs. Have also just of recently we've been collaborating with HEDA. And we're doing very well in terms of disseminations. So as a country, we've done very well on this. And then also, but the missing link where it exists, my brother, is the relay of this information. Climate is dynamic, and weather is changes, and extreme events come very fast. So the missing link here is this product that we are handling is very perishable. NIMET, we are 1,654 in number, 54 locations, covering more than 200 million population. So with this, the missing link could be easily bridged is through partnership. For us, in the climate services value chain, we have 3 layers. And the layers is number 1 are the producers of the early warning for any climate information. This is where you have NAMA and NEMA, NIMET, you have Nigerian Hydrological Agency. So we stand as producers. And then down the ladder, we have what we call the enablers. And these enablers are various MDAs, Federal Ministry of Information, Agriculture, Water Resources, NEMA, NGOs, relevant MDAs. And then down the ladder also, we have the users. So this is where the disconnect exists. And this disconnect at times exists both horizontally among various relevant MDAs and then vertically up to the user. So, we need to do a lot of in terms of partnership because some of this information, we have them at our disposal. We have radar, we have satellite drive models. We can give you point forecast at any location in the country with more than 97% precision. But how does this information get to you? And then also one area that we also have to leverage on is the use of handset, because we have realized we have more than 170 million handset users in the country, and this is a very good platform to relay information. So dissemination of early warning climate information to the right users at the right time is the main gap that exists here, which I think with partnership we could bridge. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Matazu. Aziz, you've heard what Professor Matazu said, and in addition to the leading question, I wanted to qualify this again. We just wrapped up the 26th Conference of Parties, the COP26 in Glasgow. where nations around the world made different commitments to achieving net zero, limiting the contribution of their economies to no more than 1.5, or capping it at 1.5, but definitely not exceeding 2 degrees rise in global temperature rise. Now, Nigeria committed the president made a commitment to net zero, I think, by 2060 or 2070. I can't remember the date exactly. And most recently signed the Climate Change Act. Now, as Professor Matasu said, the issue isn't in policies. So we've signed these laws as an advocate for economic prosperity, because your advocacy is not just for more laws and more policies. It's really about this shared prosperity. Now, where have we achieved, or which areas have we made significant success or marked significant success, and where are the gaps, so that by the 5th meeting next year, when we're convening, we can then have another conversation on the progress we've made from this point. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So luckily for me, I was at COP26, and we're all there when the president actually made the commitment of carbon emission reduction by 2060, and it's simply through the energy transition plan for achieving net zero emissions. So like Professor Matazo and you have rightly said, it is actually very, very important for us to separate the issue of this white paper document from implementation. The challenge we've been having is the fact that the implementation processes are nothing really to write home about. And the main reason is that now, for example, we now have the climate change bill, which has been passed. There's need for us to now create a national climate change commission, which is very, very fantastic, and it came at the right time. Now, the challenge is that the implementation, after the announcement, we've really not heard anything that is going to happen, And the main challenge is that, so now the Ministry of Environment are the one really championing this. Even I heard that even at the NIMET, we're not able to get accreditation to COP, which is actually very, very bad. The national convener was at COP. We're there together to attend a lot of activities around the system. But now we are now back in the country. A lot of post-COP activities are actually going on. One is currently going on with the Ministry of Environment and also stakeholders. But for us to actually make sure that we are getting it right, we need to bring all stakeholders together. Now, the national convener has engaged the NIMET office to make sure that information on climate change service gets to everybody, everybody that needs to get it. And they are really working on it at the moment. Now, Ministry of Environment does not know what is really happening around that, because they feel, environment and climate change is, they are working together. But then it is not really true. When it comes to climate change, it is, agriculture affects climate change, aviation, water, every of these components needs to come together. We need to make sure that we are strategically, positioning ourselves as stakeholders, civil society organizations, youth organizations, women, everybody, to make sure that we are looking at this thing together. And the role of young people is just to make sure that they monitor the implementation. We are monitoring the implementation of all this, so that in the next now, COP27 is in Egypt, COP28 is happening in Dubai, and we are still going to plan for it. But then we need to work strategically together. We need to identify who is doing what when it comes to the agricultural component of climate change. Who is doing what when it comes to the environmental aspect of climate change. And when we are doing that, we have to base it down to the fact, yes, when it comes to agriculture, we have young people, we have private sector, we have NGOs, we have donor agencies. We have to collectively work together to achieve these climate changes that have been formed, because whether we like it or not, everybody is affected. And all these things, we won't really get to the point of we making sure or showing that, yeah, this is what we can do, and this is where we need support, to get to advance in what we are doing. And we need to make sure that all these things are being put in place. Everybody has a role, and people at the National Assembly has a role to play. the people are all the ministers, all the DGs, we all have a role to play. And the earlier we start working to make sure we work strategically and make sure that the interventions that are rightly going to the main people, the right people that are small-scale farmers, which are the people in the downtrodden part of the country, the community, we are making sure that we work collectively with them to achieve this. If not, we are still going to be, dribbling around, looking for funds, looking for this, looking for that. But then once we are strategically positioned, the funding will come. Everything we need will actually come. And the time is now. The Food System Summit has come and gone. The COP26 has come and gone. Now we are looking at implementation. We need to, collectively work together, and everybody must be carried along. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Aziz. And I couldn't agree with you anymore. You really have said it all. And I think you echo what Professor Matazu has said. It is multi-stakeholder. It is multi-sectoral as well. And I think as a country, we need to ensure that the existing frameworks that we have, we maximize. We cannot, I really would have loved to have a more diverse representation of panelists, but I think you fine gentlemen have done this topic good justice today. As we wrap up, I'd like to provide maybe sort of wrapping remarks before I give you the floor for final comments. We need a mechanism to bring everybody to the table. And I think this is not the time to reinvent the wheel. And as one of the participants has put in the questions, the time to act is now. Mrs. Adegoke, I acknowledge your questions and your comments as I have posed them to the panelists here today. We have, as you mentioned, Aziz, the National Agriculture Resilience Framework that was convened under the Advisory Committee on Agriculture Resilience in Nigeria. This was launched in 2014. The idea was to have an annual resilience colloquium in Nigeria to assess Nigeria's progress, both in public policy and also private investments in building resilience. We know now that we need to step up investments in adaptation, in addition to mitigating the contributions of the agri-food sector to climate change, but also to adapt to a changing climate. As Professor Matazu, you will agree with me, in the last 10 years, we've had 2 1-in-100-year flooding events in Nigeria. And this doesn't mean, the floods were expected every 100 years, but the significance was so high, we don't expect to have more than 10 every 1,000 years or 1 every 100 years of that significance. Now, we are going to continue to see increased variability in rainfall, but also temperature variability, and I think this is even more crucial. And so it's important that we invest in the right capabilities for mitigating the contribution of the agri-food sector to climate change, but crucially adapting to climate change. So how do we get the funding? How does the information coming out of NIMET and the partners, the producers of the knowledge products, as you put them, Professor Matazu, how do we ensure that these producers, the knowledge that they produce, is relevant and useful for the private sector and others who can then provide services? So how does the knowledge from NIMET inform investment and financing, risk-adjusted lending from the banking and financial services sector? How does the knowledge that you produce inform Aziz and other advocates with information to put, shall we say, your feet to the coals and keep government honest and keep them committed? After all, we have a government that will leave the administration in 2023, committing Nigeria to net zero by 2060. They will not be here. This administration will not be here. Therefore, will the administration in 2060 be accountable for what a previous administration committed the country to? And if they won't, is it exclusively government? As we know, Nigeria spends less than 2% of its annual budget on the agriculture sector. We have, as a continent, there was an agreement for countries to invest minimum 10% of budgets in agri-food for transformation. Nigeria hasn't met that, has not met that. And so we're looking to keep ourselves honest. It's not just government, it's private sector. And I wish we had a private sector voice here. I know, Aziz, you kind of sit between both, but it's important to have everybody. And so can we reactivate the NARF? And we appeal to partners and supporters of Nigeria's economy, such as the British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation and other partners, to ensure that they can provide the philanthropic funding for these convenings, where you have multiple stakeholders at the table as equals, all seeking the shared prosperity of Nigeria. Now, with that said, can you give us, as your closing remarks, what gives you hope for 2022? I know 2021 has been a really trying year, not just for climate change, but as we know, we're still undergoing this global pandemic with all the shocks and stresses to all sectors of the economy, including the agri-food sector. But what gives you hope for 2022? I'll give both of you the final word and then we wrap up. Professor Matazu, you have the first take.
Okay, thank you so much for summarizing in the wrap-up. You really captured all the issues and especially the concerns. But for us in NIMET, I also forgot to mention that I happen to be the permanent representative of Nigeria with the BLEMO, and this has given me a wide angle view of the global phenomena, what we call weather enterprises, and whereby the provision of weather services should not be left alone, and also the relay of the information also to the government alone. So for NIMET, we have opened up and we're utilizing the ICRC Act of PPP, and we've started some projects with UB-Made, TAMO, and just recently I also attended a seminar, workshop, webinar with Sterling Bank, and they're trying to do very well on this. And what we're saying that we can partner with private sector, even in the generation of weather, we can monitor the weather together. They can provide some equipment and which we develop products, which we can also put a token that we can share the profit, and then we provide effective services. So this is very critical that in NIMET, we're very open. This Nigeria is so vast and funding, you're having challenges of funding from, especially we're having insecurity and other also health challenges across the country. So PPP and also effective partnership with government organizations in different platform and fora. And let us continue to see ourselves as partners in progress. We shouldn't see ourselves as competitors in the value chain. And also, last but not the least, that I want to mention that climate change has come to stay. 2022 will not be too different from 2021. We have already generated the 2022 forecast. The draft is ready, and we'll be calling for stakeholders workshop to now make input, and then we're going to release it by end of January, goes within 2022. And we have seen all the signal here that even in a normal year, you still have extreme events, above normal extreme events. We have witnessed more than 5-10 extreme events within these normal years, and no two El Nino year are similar, whether Enso or La Nina. So, and this has really shows that there is really an insight into the effect of climate change in all this. And my last word is to mention to all of us and other stakeholders in the country that weather is life and life is weather, and we need to be weather-wise in all our activities, even beyond agriculture. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor Matazu, charging us to be weather-wise. Aziz, final words, please.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Dr. Adebisi Araba and Professor Matazu. So I'd just like to say that the challenges are significant, and but the potential solutions are known. We just need, to be systematically, the joint is systematically made available, to those that need it. Talking about the small-scale farmers, and whether we like it or not, climate change will continue to militate against, the effects, across board efforts. We are all trying to make sure that a lot of things are put in place, but then it will continue to, disrupt efforts, and then, especially by small-scale farmers to achieve food security. We must, all together put our hands together. All hands must be on deck to make sure that, we build capacity of everybody, including our leaders, when it comes to this issue of climate change, because we really don't know it all. We need to continue to learn, and also, especially the small-scale farmers, we need to put them at heart, because their agricultural-based livelihood are threatened. So it is very, very important for us to actually, work collectively together to achieve a common goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aziz Salau and Professor Matazu, for your enlightening contributions to this panel conversation. Again, we finally touched on the connection of these knowledge products with the last mile. So the challenge is not the development of policies. We've had the policies. Let us now move on to activating what mechanisms or existing mechanisms we already have to ensure that Nigeria meets these challenges of not just mitigating contribution of the agri-food sector to the shocks and stresses of climate change, but also adapt and build a resilient economy and a resilient society that ensures shared prosperity for all. Thank you all very much for joining this session. I will now hand over back to the main event and to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Alice.
Thank you very much, Dr. Araba. Thank you very much, Professor Matazu. And thanks also to Aziz Salau for making this happen at this very time. We'll be moving forward to the next plenary, but a short video will come and then we'll move to the next plenary. Thank you very much. We'll be reaching out to you back end. God bless you.
My name's Agustin Usman Karakara. I'm married with a single wife with 6 children. If we have been talking of the insurgency, in fact, you will see even tears in my eye because we suffer a lot. Because no going to school, no eating of food. The only thing you can get available is water. That's what you can get available. Because any angle you go, you can get water either from the tap. So life becomes so difficult to us, in fact. If you can have one meal, you are okay for that day. With my children and the dependents that run from the villages to this place, we are about 23 in this house.
Honestly, life has been hard because when he was a civil servant, at least we'll be getting the money we used to. But this time around, this is not what we only depend on the farming.
I started with 1.5 acres because farming need money, but by then I don't have money. But as of last year, I increased the size of the farm because I got an assistant from British Tobacco. And now I'm having about 2 hectares of maize and 1 hectare of rice. I started thinking to expand my farm last year by the assistant I get from the foundation. In fact, before, most of my children terminate their reading at primary and secondary school. But with the income I'm having now, I'm planning to send one of my children to the university next year.
After that support, we really have it. That means we have a lot of food to eat at home and also for our continuation of education.
Now, if you look at even what I have, I can tell you I have income. At least because I sell 4 bags of rice, I buy 2 sheep and 1 goat. And you see, I have seen with your eye, I have still about 16 bags inside. If I can average it by cost, here now a bag of rice is 10,000, maize is 11,000. You see, I have about 164,000 inside. I'm even talking to you laughing because I know I have enough in store so that my children can chop, eat. I myself, I would relax in my house to play with my children. If I turn my back, I see a bag of fertilizer, I see seeds, I see happy sights. I only pray that may God uplift the foundation to the highest level so that they will give more assistance to other farmers.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this plenary session where we will be discussing developing the Nigeria agri-food system between private sector-led investments and government incentive programs. Since independence, Nigeria has emerged as employed various forms of government interventions in addressing the requirements for agriculture, finance, and the development of the sector. Over time, government intervention programs such as Agricultural Credit Guarantee Scheme Fund, Commercial Agriculture Credit Scheme, Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development Fund are examples of various initiatives that have been championed by the federal government through the Central Bank of Nigeria. While these initiatives have been laudable, their impacts on food security, economic diversification, and the development of the agriculture sector can be most significant if funding to the sector through the intervention windows can be sustained or expanded. However, given government's responsibility and commitment to various sectors of the economy, a significant increase in the agriculture sector alone may not always be possible. Furthermore, as with most lending situations, there will be loan failures that a financial system will address in different ways. The question there arises as to the sustainability of the government's continued funding of these intervention windows. At the same time, fiscal policies emanating from the regulators suggest a deliberate effort to redirect domestic investment to the real sector of the economy by policies that significantly reduce yields and incomes from investments in government securities and interest income on a savings account. This session will address the successes and limitations these policies have generated, and also provide practicable solutions in improving them and how they can be easily accessed. Joining me in this section this afternoon, I have Mr. Michael Oye. He is the Regional Manager West, overseeing the bank's SMEs operation, that is the BOI, Bank of Industry, in Oyo, Osun, Ondo, Ekiti, and Kwara states, with focus on sectors that have been identified for growth by the federal government. Top among the sectors are agro and food processing, solid minerals, technology, healthcare, and creative industries. He had previously worked as head small and medium enterprises funds, responsible for the administration of various specialized funds for SMEs, as well as development and management of various products and initiatives on SME. His banking career began in 2004 with Stanbic IBTC. He graduated from the University of Ibadan with BSc degree, holds an MSc degree in energy studies from the same university, and then MBA degree from the Lagos Business School. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Also joining us today is Madam Adetong Abi Olaniyan. She is a veteran banker, an agribusiness expert, and an entrepreneur with a combined experience of over 23 years. She has a degree in business administration from Ogun State University and holds a dual professional certificate of entrepreneurship development and management from the prestigious Enterprise Development Center of Pan-African University, under the scholarships of the World Bank and Oxfam program, respectively. She is an alumnus of African Managers Institute, Nairobi, Kenya. She has participated in several local and international training and workshops in diverse subject areas. She is a member of She Trades Commonwealth of International Trade Center, Switzerland. Dotun joins Sun Trust Bank as the group head and pioneer staff of the Agribusiness Banking Department in May 2020. Under her leadership, Sun Trust Bank achieved many laudable feats in the implementation of agribusiness financing, fertilizer, agro-input financing schemes, and export trade. Dotun is the founder of this Leberry Natural Farms. Glad to know that, ma'am. A foremost ethical and authentic natural farm in Nigeria, situated in Kurakwe community in the peri-hub of Abuja, Nigeria. I will stop here because of our time. She has achieved so much. Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome joining us. Also joining us is Mr. Akinshola Akeredolu Ale. He is an astute market analyst and operator. Akinshola has worked in various capacities since he qualified as an authorized dealing clerk of the Nigerian Stock Exchange in 1994. He became a chartered stockbroker in 1995 and a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers in the year 2008. His first degree was earned from the University of Lagos. He has a master's degree in corporate governance from Leeds Metropolitan University, UK, and is an associate member of the Nigerian Institute of Management. Akinshola is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers. He has served on various technical committees of the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Nigerian Stock Exchange. He also served on the technical committee for the Emerging Capital Markets Task Force UK, tasked with the setting up of an operational and legal framework to facilitate emerging markets with special attention to Nigeria. He has over 29 years experience in the capital market operations, in asset management, private banking, stockbroking, marketing, financial restructuring, re-engineering, project finance, and capital formation. Akinshola was also the Vice Chairman, Association of Securities Dealing Houses of Nigeria. He is currently the Managing Director, CEO of Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange Lagos, Nigeria, which is a commodities and futures exchange that has been licensed by the Securities and Exchange Commission to trade 4 asset classes, including agricultural commodities, oil and gas commodities, solid minerals, and currencies. You are welcome, sir. I'm not seeing my panelists. Okay, thank you. I will start with the man in the house today, Mr. Michael Oye. From where you operate as regional manager overseeing the BOI's MSME's operations, how can the funds set aside for various interventions in the agricultural sector targeted at the farmers be properly utilized?
Thank you for that. We also need to, we can't keep emphasizing the importance of the smallholder farmers in our economy right now. Yes, there is also important that we encourage commercial agriculture at a high level, but traditionally we have been very strong in that area. And what is important now to look for ways to strengthen capacity of the players in this regard. Yes, there are various funds that are set up at different area or level to support businesses in agribusiness, including the smallholder farmers. But the major problem has been some of the risk factors that we know, and the lack of structure, the low productivity, and some other issues that surrounding this. So to be able to find ourselves in a situation whereby those funds that are set up for them, they will be used properly, utilized properly. It is important for us to also address these risk factors that have hitherto limited the ability to access this funding. But let me also make you realize that for Bank of Industry, where I come from and I act as a regional manager, the focus or the mandate only covers the processing side of it. You know, we are set up in our contribution to development. We are set up to industrialize the country, to fast track the industrialization of the country. So we play more in manufacturing, the processing side of the agri-value chain. Although there are other institutions that are set up to intervene directly in the farming, we don't do that. We are sitting on the processing side of it. And what we do, whatever we do in that regard, has a very great impact on the smallholder farmers. The more processors that we have in our economy, that will lead to the improvement in demand for the produce of these smallholder farmers. The more processors that we have, of course, that will lead to reduction in the post-harvest losses, because the smallholder farmers, we have much demand for what they produce. So on our own side of Bank of Industry, we have various funds that are dedicated to the processing. We are managing various funds for government agencies, for individuals, and even our own portfolio that are dedicated to this area. In actual fact, agribusiness or agri-sector takes the largest chunk of what we give out. So our own role in this regard is to ensure that we create and we support more processors. We support more manufacturers that are either utilizing the agri-produce to produce food, which eventually we increase the food security, or utilize agri-produce to produce raw materials for various industries, thereby helping us to diversify our economy and the rest of things like that. So, but notwithstanding, those funds that are dedicated, that can be accessed by the smallholder farmer, it is important that we all join us together to work and provide some kind of business support services for these smallholder farmers. And the extension services, which we could have leveraged very much. We have seen so much reduction in the activities in that regard. But what I'm thinking, as a Bank of Industry as well, we do finance vocational studies. People that set up training facilities to build the capacity of various players, including those in the primary agriculture and the farming. Should we have people that are interested in setting up facilities to train these farmers to fill the gap for the extension? If it can be done, I believe it can be done at commercial level. It can be operated commercially. If we have this kind of people that are setting up training facilities, that we address this capacity building gap, among the smallholder farmers, they can come to Bank of Industry to assess funding for their businesses and all that they did to set up this. I think all this joint effort, if put together, will help us to build the capacity of the smallholder farmers to be able to access funding that's set up specifically for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michael Oye. We cannot overflog the aspects of joint efforts. We all need it. And that brings me to the next question, which is for Madam D. Abi-Olanio. As the head of agribusiness banking at Sun Trust Bank Nigeria Limited, what challenges do private sector players like your organization face in funding agribusinesses? And what can be done to mitigate those challenges?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
The challenges are numerous. From lack of understanding of what they need the money for, to documentation. Even when you provide a platform for collateral management, you still find out that it is very, very difficult for some of them to even understand what you're saying. So what we did as an institution is to now begin to educate our customers out there. What do you need the loan for? How do you need the loan? How do you want to pay back the loan? All these are some of the challenges that even CBN the CBN is facing in their recovery. Because when you give out a facility, you're not going to sit on your oars, you're going to chase the money. So where do you chase the money to? So what we do at SunTrust Bank is it's not just about providing the facility. We chase the facility to where the money is going to come back from. So we do what you call your cash flow management, and who is your off-taker? Who are you selling to? We go as far as actually also sorting out off-takers for them. So that when we lend smallholder farmers or processors, people within our agribusiness value chain, when we lend them money, we help them to ensure that their money come back. If we don't do that, it's an intervention that we have taken upon ourselves to do. And the customers that we have actually worked with are very, very happy with this. Because an average agribusiness entrepreneur in Nigeria today will tell you, oh, I need money. What do you need the money for? And they cannot even articulate it. So we begin to go back into their business and look at the structure of their business. So that's another thing that we do. So we run what you call advisory sessions with our customers. We run advisory sessions even in clusters and with cooperatives. What do you need the money for? How do you want to pay back? And a lot of the things we discover, for some, we even found out that they don't need the money. What they need is to structure their receivables. So as a private sector, understanding your customer is the first point for us, and understanding their needs and requirements. When you understand their business, it is easy for you to provide not just funding or financing, but to also provide resources. Because agriculture in Nigeria requires not just one hand holding, you hold their two hands and move them along in the right direction. It is practical. And so that's what we do. And we found that that approach has been very, very successful for us. It might be tasking, it might be a lot more than what others will do, but the success and the fact that we do not have facilities on page makes it even a lot more encouraging for us.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I like the aspect of understanding your customer. We used to call it then KYC when I was in the bank. Know your customer. Because there are instances where they don't need the fund, and yet they are requesting for it. So by the time you are in discussion with them, you will be able to advise on what they should do. And it won't be that you are giving a customer money and the next moment he has gone to marry a second, third, fourth wife. So you need to know your customer. That brings me to our next panelist. Mr. Akinshola Akeredolu Ale is being represented by Ms. Nkechi Obi. You are welcome. The question we have for you is this: what policies can the government put in place to boost private sector involvement in providing loan facilities to smallholder farmers and agribusinesses?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists. I hope I'm audible enough. Thank you. I'd just like to also give my the greetings from my managing director. Unfortunately, he was unable to attend. He had to attend another engagement, but he was very excited for us to be here today. I'll be answering that question coming from the point of view of the commodities exchange, that's Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange. And the question that you asked is a very important question, one that we've been discussing here at the exchange. The last session spoke a lot about the involvement of both the private sector and the public sector in the development of any sector, really, and the agri sector is no different at all. One of the major roles of the commodities exchange, I think I'll start from that point, is to create a bridge between various points. Using where we reside specifically as an example, we stand squarely between the commodities ecosystem, but now with a focus on the agricultural sector and the capital market, using that as an example. The capital market is constantly looking for investable opportunities, but they are not going to put their money where there's no structure, where there's no protection, and where they're not certain about their returns. And then on the other end, like my fellow panelists said, that the fellow smallholder farmers and even other agribusiness owners are looking for money. And there's a big gap there if these two sectors can solve each other's problems, but they are not speaking to each other. Now, on the other end, the exchange as well, the commodities exchange specifically, also plays a role of making the job of the government slightly easier in terms of connecting with the commodities ecosystem, the private sector. And how does that work? Like it was said in the last session and by Ms. Adeto, that sensitization and awareness cannot be overflowed. You also said it yourself, the moderator, it cannot be overflowed. If people do not know that these things exist, then it's as good as it not existing. So we're constantly exploring the different areas that we can create that bridge between the public sector and the private aspect of the agribusiness. Now the government is constantly, or in the past few years, has been putting a lot of intervention into the agri sector, and then the agri sector as well has been participating in bits, but in a lot of circumstances, the repay options are not as would be expected. Now, one of the things the Commodities Exchange is doing is considering the collation and aggregation of data. Now, we don't do it in ourselves, but we're doing it in conjunction with the strong partners like the banks. Just when Ms. Dayton was speaking, I laughed because it was as good as she was speaking from one of our playbooks. Let me put it this way. And Ms. Dayton, it's good to see you again. It was just as if she was speaking from one of our playbooks. Understanding the customer and understanding your base before you even supply a facility. So we've considered we've created various framework and structure where various governmental organizations, even the banks or organizations looking to invest, rather than having to do all that hard work themselves, can come to the capital market, least structured instruments, least structured notes, least structured funds, using Sadeto as an example, and I will go back to the policies from the government, using her as an example, or any other bank, looking to put a target or to put funds in the real sector like the agri sector, and they're worried about all the lack of structure there. And them coming to the capital market, coming to the commodities exchange, telling us that they have so and so amount of money that they want to go into that sector. And we are delighted about that. They list the fund on the exchange, and they are connected to an already ready dated, collated list of farmers who are looking for funds already. And the exchange is also a very good structured platform for these stakeholders after they've harvested to just list their commodities and have it traded. So what you have there is that the funds from the banks are linked with the farmers. When the farmers, they harvest, they have it traded on the exchange. And if the structure is done properly, we have it that as the trade is happening, the funds are returned directly back into the bank, and then the farmer gets their profit based on whatever framework has been put in together by the capital market or the structure. Now, the government can take a cue from this. One of our stakeholders has said that intervention is good, but Nigeria must get to the point where it moves past intervention into self-sufficiency. So we're putting in a relevant framework so the government or the public sector is talking directly with the private sector. So the things they need, data, access to warehouse, access to the farmers directly, access to recovery of funds can be routed through the commodities exchange because there's a ready structure for this to happen. So it makes the work of the government easier. It makes the work of the private sector easier because everybody is talking to a structured, and not just structured now, transparent system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nkechi Obi. Talking about structure, I want to add there that we should have a solid structure. The collapsed buildings we are having all around, fine, they have a structure, but it's not solid. And once it's not solid, there's tendency for it to collapse. Already there's a lot of policies that are emanating, but how strong are they? And I want to say you people are doing a great job in the stock exchange. Please keep it up. I'll go back to the man in the house, Mr. Michael Oye. My next question to you is, what is the strength and limitation of the government incentive programs in achieving the desired development for the agriculture sector?
Okay, thank you so much. The strengths are quite many, the numerous. In terms, because if government is providing intervention, they have already looked at what the problem is or what the risks are there, what the challenges are. So the intervention is to address all those issues. Those are the kind of the strength. So that's why you see most of the intervention that come from the government or either from national or subnational or their agencies. They come at very flexible terms and very cheap rates compared to what we have on the commercial ones. So these are some of the strengths because they seek to address the peculiar challenges that the agribusiness people, what they face, especially in terms of interest on the fund, then the flexibility as into the tenor and the rest of things like that, even the demand on the collateral. They try as much as possible not to give out free fund, but to ensure that it's tailored, it's designed in such a way that some kind of collateral that it ordinarily might not be acceptable to other people, other players, private players, are accepted in that kind of intervention. So those are the strengths. For government funding, there's increase, or let me say the agribusiness people, they find it easier to access compared to the ordinary or the commercial funding available. But the problem in most cases, whenever you see any government intervention, even despite the flexibility that are brought into it, despite the fact that interest, even if at all is there, it's very, very low. Most of the people see it as a free fund. They are not ready to meet the requirements. And even when they try to put up some documents, there are a lot of falsehood in what's being presented. So most people, they see this intervention as their own share of national cake. And this attitude, actually, if you look at it carefully, at the end of the undermine what's the intention, what is the purpose for which it was set up. This is a major weakness, that interventions in this regard, it's not seen as intervention as we say per se. It's just seen as free fund, national cake, and this defeats all the purpose right from the outset. So things like sensitizing these people about the fact that when government, or when there's any kind of intervention, is to support you, is to make sure that you are saying your capacity, your potentials, you are able to build on your capacity, not to just take some free funds, not to take money that can be diverted into other things, not to take some money that can be used for things that are not meant for, So these are the major issues that we have, but I haven't observed these things in the past. What we do increasingly is to, first of all, let the fund owner understand that if this has to be successful, if this fund implementation has to be successful, we should do it, we should implement it under the best practices, and notwithstanding the pressure, notwithstanding the pressure or the blackmail that we do see from different associations and different groups that want to access this fund. Once the fund owner understands this issue and we work closely together, that these risks are mitigated. And once the intended beneficiary also understand that the bank that is implementing this product and the fund owner, whether the government or the individuals, organizations, once they know there's a kind of understanding between the two of them that they're working together, they also reduces this risk. They get to sharpen themselves up. They know this is not a free fund. This intervention fund with flexible rates that should be paid back. Those are the things.
Very much, Mr. Michael. Okay. Still on policies, Madam Abi Olaniyan, what other policies can the government put in place to create a better enabling environment for more private sector participation in agribusiness financing? Please unmute yourself.
I apologize. I said, what can I say? Shall I tell government to take their hands off? There's so many interventions going on. I'd like a situation where government can call us financing stakeholders together and say, okay, how do you want us to run this? And a typical example is the way the Anchor Borrower program has been run. With they themselves coming out to let us know how much success or how much, because I won't say failure. As impactful as that program is, I'm going to use that as my basis for my answer. As impactful as it has been or it could have been, the loopholes are too many. And that is what gave opportunities to the smallholder farmers or for people to see the opportunities as largest. How well do we know these farmers? Nigeria is so diverse, and the control for the program is in the hands of the operators and not the bank. Yet, you ask the banks to take the risk. But as it were this year, this dry season, things have changed. Now they have put the control in the hand of the banks. That is the private sector financing. Knowing fully well that credit policy differs from one institution to the other. That is on one side. On another side, do we have a template of support that we want to give to each commodity? What you require, the resources or the information or the documentation you'd require from a tomato farmer is not the same thing as what you would require from a cassava farmer. You understand? As what you would require from a cassava farmer. Tomato is 90 to 120 days. Cassava is, as I call cassava, is 1 year, whether you like it or not. Yes, the policy only gives room or gives opportunity for products that are just within a specific time frame. What about food processing? So what I feel we should do, government and private sector financing partners, like banks, like even microfinance banks, can we all come together and say, which sector do you want to be in? What do you want us to do? How do you want us to support? Of course, banks cannot do it. You still have to rely on government anyways. So when you go to some trust boards, the aquaculture industry or the sugar industry, then you know that this is what is required. Who do you want? Because all intervention, however, for agriculture specific intervention, half the time, a lot of these people don't need much. And it also has to give room for the real sector to be a part of. All stuff you see, I'm yet to see such institutions saying we want to be the anchor. And that is because they're also scared of burning their hands. However, if they were working with private sector financing institutions, for instance, like our bank, they would probably be a lot more confident and comfortable to say, okay, we will ensure that this is done. We will offtake from these farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Because of our time, I would just want to go to the final question, and that's like a final comment. I will start with Nkechi. We have talked about so many incentives, so many policies the government has set up. We've looked at the successes, we look at the challenges. What are they, and what advice do you have in summation? What do you think can be done to sustain these policies, the positive ones?
Yes, thank you very much. And I agree with Ms. Adeto, especially about the inclusion of the private sector financial stakeholders and even the agribusiness stakeholders in certain decision makings for policies, because they are usually the ones affected by this. So our advice at the exchange is to review the existing, let's call it the existing structures, like you said. It's not just to have the structures, it's to have sustainable and long-standing structures, and continuity is extremely important. So identify the structures, identify the loopholes, and then bring an alignment of the relevant stakeholders that can look through and prefer the relevant solutions for these loopholes. These things are really important. And like I keep saying again, there is always the important aspect of the bridge between the various sectors. From time to time, we've seen that even just within the agri sector alone, a lot of the stakeholders are functioning in silos. That's the term that has come up over and over and over again, and it poses a lot of problems because the left hand is not seeing what the right hand is doing, and they are working on their own in almost a counterproductive process or procedure. So the advice I would give would be to align all the relevant stakeholders involved in any of the incentives, in any of the policies, so that they, first of all, understand the plans, identify the loopholes, and then prefer their solutions. I see this as a starting point for overall development in the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nkechi. I think we have some online questions which you would like to take at least for the next 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. One of which is the claim of the BOI participants that borrowers see BOI money as their share of the national cake is an insult to the potential entrepreneurs knocking at their door. It is escapist. It is untrue. And this coming from Professor Chidi Ibe. Mr. Michael, what will you have to say on that?
Well, thank you for that. And my thanks to the person that came up with this view. It's better that we know what he thinks. So for him, I think he's speaking based on perception, where I'm speaking based on fact. You know, that's different. You know, we have implemented various funds, and we know the attitude. You know, we know the disposition. We even know that many don't want to pay until we have to take some recovery action, even when they have the capacity to do so. They just don't want to do it. Some people will even tell you that, look, and by the way, the discussion was on intervention. You know, the BOI, even though the entire portfolio of BOI, it's aimed at intervention, but there are some that belongs directly to the bank. There are some that are funds that are set up specifically by federal government as intervention. So we're dwelling so much on intervention, those ones that are set up by federal government and agencies to intervene in a specific area, including the agribusiness. So even when some of them have the capacity, they just blandly refuse to pay. So it's based on fact. The facts are there. Should he want further clarification on that, maybe he can contact us. But that's the fact. It's not based on perception. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michael. We have William Dare. He said, how can smallholder farmers in Nigeria, especially the youth, be encouraged to embrace farming? To answer that question, I'll call on Madam Dare Olanio. I think that's the last question we can take because of our time. Hello, ma'am.
Smallholder farmers. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. We can hear you, please.
Okay. I will answer from the position of a farmer myself. Most of the time we ask, what do you want to do? It's like saying, I want to be a doctor. You must have an area of specialization. Or I want to be a lawyer. You don't want to be, let me use the word charge and bill. So you want to be a farmer. What do you want to farm? Or what do you want to grow? Or you want to be in the agribusiness space. You need to be specific. Gone are those days where we can all be jack of all trades. You cannot, not everyone has the capacity to be a primary producer and be a processor and your own accountant. The opportunities within the agribusiness space is so huge. So what do you want to do? Now, having established that, what do you have as resources? So when we're saying resources, I'll take primary production, for example. You want to plant rice, for instance. Where's your land? Are you buying or are you leasing? How much do you have to start? Don't look for a loan, because that's the next thing. Oh, I need a loan to start. I can assure you today that if you do not have the skill and the experience, no bank in Nigeria will be willing to give a startup farmer a loan. And I'm saying it's all. And that is because your expectations are so high. When I started from the farming household, I pretended as if I didn't even understand it at all. And then I started training and teaching, and I got people that would also help me to mentor me. So you need to also be mentored. You need to do what you call internship with people that own farms. Farming means you must get your hands dirty. So are you willing to get your hands dirty? You cannot be a Google farmer where everything you do is from Google. Google at times do not say it as it is, because the weather of the people that write in Google sometimes does not conform with what you see here. So those are the key things. What do you have in your hands? What do you want to do? What skill do you want to go? I would always recommend start small, grow big. Make your mistakes in a small way, minimize your losses, and learn from those mistakes. And learn from someone that is already doing it and being successful at it. That's all for now. Thank you.
Okay. Please go ahead. Listen.
Let me just quickly speak to that, especially for the youth. For those one who have gone through some of the stages that she just mentioned, that have their internship one way or the other, they have learned the ropes, through the ropes, and then that have actually maybe participated in a kind of entrepreneurship training, and they're certified to that. There's a program that's going on currently by CBA. There's a fund that's called a Tertiary Institution Entrepreneurship Scheme that supports young graduates, young Nigerians for loans up to a certain amount of 3 million naira. It's currently being implemented right now. Young Nigerians who are into farming or into agribusiness. In fact, among the 4 areas, agribusiness is the #1 thing. So they can go on and check for these TIES, TIELs, Tertiary Institution Entrepreneurship Scheme of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Is currently being implemented. And if you're a graduate and you're also partnering with schools, universities, and polytechnics, if you graduate and you have participated in entrepreneurship training and there's a little bit of proof of concept, then they can access this funding. Thank you.
On this note, I want to say a big thank you to our panelists and our guests in the house. It's been a very successful section. And my final notes or advice to our young ones, the young ones out there, the youth, please start with what you have. Don't run to the bank. I remember when I was with Zenith Bank, they used to call me conglomerates because I put my hands in a lot of things. Are you talking of petty trading? I am there. Real estate, I am there. In anyone you want to mention, I am there. So you can imagine if I was borrowing money to be doing all of that, because I've failed in some and I've succeeded in some. I wish us a very good success. Thank you.
There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of this is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here.
If you take a look around.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. Welcome. And thank you to all the panelists that just completed the session. Speaking on investment and support to smallholder farmers, critically looking at government incentives to driving this, and also private sector players in driving this as well. So we'll be going quickly to our final session for the day. And the session is on leveraging agri-technology and the smallholder farmer. Interestingly, I'll be moderating this session, and I have 3 panelists here with us. I have physically present 1, and then 2 will be joining us virtually. So I'd just like to introduce this panelist, and then we'll dive quickly into the conversation. Again, I want to reiterate and thank everyone still very much with us online on all our social media platforms, as well as on the Zoom platform. Really appreciate you and thank you for your time for being here with us as we drive on. So first, I would like to just introduce one of our panelists who is here physically with us. It's no other person than Mr. Rotimi Ayodele Oba. He is the Chief Technology Officer of Lagos Commodity and Future Exchange, and he is responsible for using information technology to drive growth, sustainability, and efficiency at the exchange. He holds a BSc in Computer Science and an MSc in Information Technology, including an MBA specialization in Information Technology from, I'm just going to say from a university in Russia. I wouldn't want to murder that name. this afternoon. So we'll just move on and say welcome very much to you, Mr. Rotimi Ayodelioba.
Thank you very much.
Also to join us in this session, I'd like to see my panelists, please. Also to join us in this session is someone whom we know very well as well. He's no other than Femi Adekoya, who is popularly known as Femi Farmer, the flying farmer as they call him. And I think you understand why when we go a little bit forward in this conversation. He's an agtech professional and experienced practitioner in the agricultural and horticultural sector industry with close to a decade years of experience. He has a strong interest and experience with agricultural innovation and technology. He holds a bachelor's degree in horticulture and also holds a master's degree in integrated pest management from the Harper Adam University in United Kingdom through the prestigious Commonwealth Scholarship by the United Kingdom government. He's the founder of AgriDec Limited, an agricultural value chain and consultancy company who are also involved in extending the training to youths and women in climate smart agriculture. Femi is also a drone strategist and the head of flight operation at Integrated Aerial Precision, a drone service and data analyst enterprise with a special focus on agriculture when he provides drone parts, solution, training, and consultancy to individuals across various organizations. Just to also let you know that Femi is a UK Civil Aviation Authority certified drone pilot and also a drone data analyst using UAV and drone data to help farmer and relevant stakeholders adopt and practice precision agriculture. Femi is also a youth delegate of the CGIAR platform, that's a consultative group on international agricultural research for big data in agriculture. Femi, would like to say a wonderful welcome to you, and we hope to get some fantastic insight from you this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
And finally, I also like to recognize, thank you, Femi. I would like to recognize one of also, his name is Peter. I would not like to pronounce his surname now because I wouldn't want to murder it on national TV. He's a website and e-business expert with solid understanding of agile software development. He currently works with IITA, developing and ensuring that projects are delivered in terms of speed. He's worked on various projects supported by BMGF, FARA, AFDB, IFAD, GIZ, just to mention a few. He has a master's degree in computer science, in computer system, and is currently the ICT project officer for the Innovative Youth in Agriculture project sponsored by IITA in partnership with MasterCard Foundation. You're very welcome, Peter. It's nice to have you here.
Thank you.
So we'll be going,
nice to be
thank
here.
you very much. So we'll be going very quickly into the conversation, and I want to crave the indulgence of all panelists here to help us by driving the conversation very quickly. We have very limited time, but we want to, as much as possible, speak a lot into this conversation and address the resilience that we're trying to preach for smallholder farmers as we build the sustainable agriculture, really. So my first question, and I would like to just throw it to our in-house panelist, Mr. Rotimi. I would like you to demystify the word agtech. Oftentimes we hear this word times without number. People interchangeably use the word, and sometimes I find it even very difficult to understand. So can you just help us and help our audience to understand first, before we go into the crux, what exactly is ag technology?
Okay, thank you very much, our moderator. Before I start talking about hard technology, I would like to first talk about technology in general. Technology is actually more of a means to an end. This is actually a tool that we use to actually achieve a purpose. So in this case, it can be finance, it can be technology, it can be education, it can be anything. So if it's education, we call it educational technology. Finance, we call it fintech. And if it's agriculture, we call it agri-tech. So agri-tech in this case would be solutions, products, technology, tools that is basically used to achieve a purpose in the agricultural sector. Is it access to information? Is it anything that we are doing in agriculture? once you use technology to achieve that purpose, any tool that you can use technology to achieve in agriculture, that's what we brand under the Agri-Tech platform. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your response. Very short, very precise. Any tool that is used in driving agricultural production can be regarded in that direction. So I'm just going to go quickly into the next conversation, and I'm going to push that first to Femi, and then I'll come to Peter afterwards. Considering the vibe currently that we hear in terms of agriculture technology that is being, employed by a number of people, I want us to relate it to smallholder farmers. Are they something that can be accessed by our very own rural smallholder farmer, or are they something that are way above, the skill sets or the know-how of these smallholder farmers we are talking about? Femi, please, I would like you to speak to that.
All right, thank you very much. Actually, to answer the question directly, and just like Sorotimi has mentioned in the studio there about defining technology. So technologies could be tool in form of service, product, techniques, and the likes that is aimed to increase our productivity and most importantly, profitability and sustainability. All right, so it comes at different levels and scale. So technology are produced or are developed to solve a particular problem. So, and they come at different scale for different users. So common technology that are available could just be as simple as a small software, a smartphone that can be able to take the GPS coordinates of a farm so that you can know the boundary and also know the area of the farm, and different deliverables that you can get. So the smallholder farmers can use that. So unlike a big tractor or perhaps using satellite imagery to be able to do that particular task, that's like using a bullet to kill a mosquito. So these technologies come at different scale, and we must understand that how they can be adapted, to farmers at different level. And smallholder farmers in particular right now, don't let us forget that technologies are made for us to scale. So we do not want our smallholder farmers to remain small. There's no pride in smallholderhood, although there's a strength in it because of our landscape. We cannot also compare ourselves to the West, But we do not want us to be the small. We want to grow. And that's why we have technology to be able to scale and also to be productive. All right, so that's the way I will answer the question. Yeah.
So I just want to push to you again. I'll need you to still speak to this a little bit more, Femi. I just want to know, are these technology, are they adoptable, so to say? I think that's the right word to use. Are they adoptable by this smallholder farmer? Or is it way above their knowledge? Yes.
Okay, talking about technology in general, because we are not specifying right now. Technology start from seed, start from biotechnology. Don't let us forget that. It's not only about the electronic devices and the likes. So if we are talking about technology, we are talking across board. So it starts from their practice. How can we optimize their practice? Simple ways to optimize, to maximize their production, and so that they can gain a very good output. So there are a series of technology available for the smallholder farmers. All right. So that's why I emphasized on what's the scale. Are we trying to intervene, or are we trying to help them from? So that's okay. I've mentioned in form of seed. There are improved seeds, and there are researches every day that helps farmers to improve their productivity, even from the small land that they might have, or perhaps some technologies such as small handheld tractors, such as maybe in processing, maybe across board. So we have to talk about the scale, or you understand what I mean by the scale to which we have to serve them. All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Femi. So I'm just going to run to Peter now very quickly. And again, I'm thanking all our panelists for keeping it crisp, short, and very precise. I appreciate that, so that we can drive some conversation this afternoon. I'm going straight to Peter. And my question to Peter would just be, a lot of these smallholder farmers, we hear them today, they are relatively dogged. They like whatever approach they've worked with over the years that has worked for them. and there's a little bit of, should I call it, desire to adopt new things. So how do you think, or what needs to be done to ensure that smallholder farmers are able to adopt these new technologies? That's one bit of the question. Now, in answering that question, I would like you to also relate it to resilience. By them adopting, does it help them build resilience, or we are only wanting them to adopt because, oh, it's the in thing in vogue? I'd just like you to respond to that, Peter.
Okay, thank you so much. I would want to say thank you to British American Tobacco for having me here. My full name is Peter Uragbalachi, and the question is, how can we relate these things to smallholder farmers' technologies, and will it actually be resilient at the end of the day? Thanks so much. Femi has already built a very good background for me, so I won't really need to beat about the bush. You get, Femi pointed out to you all, and then there was another panelist, the other guy. He pointed out that technology is not the end. Yes, Mr. Rotimi, technology is not the end. Technology is a means to an end, and it's very strong that we understand that. With respect to technologies and smallholder farmers, there are three major factors to consider, and without considering those factors, nothing happens. The first is the environment. Who, what policies? Is the environment ripe enough to appreciate that technology? I use a case of IITA. IITA once developed a very, very nice cassava variant. And you know, this cassava variant had a lot of, very big. But they realized that when they took it to the market women never bought it. They wondered, so why? We spent a lot of money. It's just that simple. When they went to ask just some few market women who were doing garri, they said, firstly, the cassava is too heavy. Secondly, because it has so much water, we have to wait for a longer period of days before we can make our garri. Imagine they had actually considered the environment first. Just think about it. Secondly, with respect to the context, what exactly should the technology serve? Some technologies serve everyone. Some technologies serve just a few people. And you see, across the agricultural value chain, there are different levels and different facets of technology, just like Femi had pointed out. If we focus on just seeds, we have so much technologies under seeds. And thirdly, let's look at the people. When you talk about smallholder farmers, are you talking about graduates? You most times are talking about people who probably didn't even complete their school. They probably just did to primary level. So you see, when you consider these three contexts, what you get to find out is that it's not that they are resistant of the technology. You understand? They really don't understand where it applies to them. They don't see it as something that can work with them. So I don't know if I'm answering your question the way you would want it to be answered, but I would want to say clearly, when we talk about resilience, we have to consider these three main things, which is the environment, the context, and the people. And in that, when we put out the technology, we can now test it to now say whether it is going to be a resilient technology or not. You understand? Whether the people will actually absorb it the way we want it or not. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Peter. I think you brought some new dynamics into this conversation. And just before I go to Mr. Rotimi, I would like to ask Peter again with respect to one of the comments made by Peter. I'd like to go to Femi rather with one of the questions made by Peter. And I think one of the things he said is when he talked about environments, people, and our technology. So I want to ask a question, and the question is related to what he said. Does it mean that the technologies we have today are developed in silos, not understanding what the needs and what the gaps are? Is that the current situation of the state of agri-technology now?
Oh, okay, I would not say that in particular. I also want you to know that most of the technologies that we consume, particularly this part of the world, are not produced or developed by us. So, and there is a contest, just like Peter mentioned, there's a contest already for that development. Okay, however, I'm not just, but there's a place for improvisation or adaptation. Okay, okay, let's take drone technology, for example, that I know much about and which I offer. It's actually not produced primarily for the smallholder farmers. Primarily, because you do not expect, because of the cost-benefit ratio, or perhaps the cost and the operation balance, drones can, what you have been struggling with your knapsack, let's say drone spraying as a service or operation, what you have been struggling to use your 16-liter knapsack to do, and in a day, drones can just come there in a matter of minutes, finish that up, and even in a more efficient way, and even less costly, if it is about the service cost. So, but I am also saying that there are technologies that have been made for the smallholder farmers. For example, I know a technology, disease detection technology, using a smartphone. You know, okay, a farmer can take his phone and through the means of computer vision and artificial intelligence under that, he can be able to, like, I don't know what is wrong with this, my cassava. Okay, he can be able to take a picture, and that algorithm tells him, okay, you are facing this kind of virus and this is what you have to do. So as a means of him having information to be able to take action that is very, very critical to his production. All right. So this technology comes in different ways, and to different or a different context, to different people, a different level of education also, because there's some technologies that's so high in terms of technical know-how. Okay, so they are spread all across. So we have to, talking about the smallholder farmers, we have to look at, okay, what technologies can solve their problem before we can then say, going to how are they going to adopt it, or and the challenges of adoption. So we have to know, okay, these are the technologies that are made for them, or this technology can be adapted to their context to be able to serve them. Okay, when we talk about drone technology, I always encourage our farmers to come together, farm together, so that we can be able to serve them together. That's when it's going to make business case for the service provider and also make sense in terms of cost to them. Unlike one man. All right. Okay. I think that's
yes.
Enough.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I mean, I wouldn't want you to go there yet, because we'll get there as we also progress. But I'd like to focus now to Mr. Rotimi a bit, picking from some of the conversations we've had earlier. My question would be, we all say unanimously that AgTech can solve the problems of smallholder farmers. But my question now is, how? Can you elucidate that for us? How can it solve the problem of smallholder farmers?
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. It's a very broad question, but I will try to be as apt as I can. I would draw this back to my last conversation, which is the fact that technology itself, actually, it's a means to an end. It's actually a means of delivering a service or a product, whatever it is. But in agriculture, technology can be used for so many things. I will start from the most vital one, which is provision of information. Okay, we have different players in the agricultural value chain, starting from the production to the logistics, to the storage, to the aggregation. I mean, quite a number of people operate in that particular ecosystem. And one of the things that, I mean, isolate these participants is access to information in real time when it is needed. Does the farmer understand how he's going to get funding? Does he understand what is available for him in terms of storage? Does he understand how well or how smooth or how fast he can have access to clear his logistics issues? There are quite a number of production that get outdated or spot or whatever in the farm. They don't even get to the storage, not talk of getting to the off-taker. So access to timely information can be accessed seamlessly. That problem can be easily solved through technology. That is number one. Secondly is capacity building. Okay. our farmers need a lot of updates in terms of capacity building. And when I say farmers now, I'm referring to everybody, including the logistics provider, including the storage provider. I mean, whatever it is, there are always newer ways to do what we did last year. But if we don't scale up our capacity, we continue to repeat the same cycle. And because it worked last year, we believe it's still going to work this year. Yes, it will work this year, but that does not mean that we have maximized the opportunity that we have in terms of converting capital to revenue and in return and in case margin in this case. So we can use technology to scale capacity building, which in turn we translate into the profitability of the business. And you know exactly the more profitable it is, the longer the lifespan of any participant in the value chain. Okay, so I just want to pause there because of your time. I can take it further.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much. I'm liking this conversation. I think we're making good progress. I'll quickly push to Peter, and then we'll come to a much more structured question that relatively deals more with what does the government need to do, or what do we need to do in terms of providing policies to guide, smallholder farmer adoption of this. So my question is, we understand fully well, Peter, that young people and farmers, smallholder farmers generally will want to adopt some of these things, but there are some limitations and there are some barriers. So I would like to find out from you, considering that you've worked a lot with IT, running some of these projects and identifying and seeing some of these things along the way. So what are the major barriers to adoption of technologies by the smallholder farmers? And how do you think those barriers can be bridged?
Thank you for the
Did you
question.
get my question?
Yes, I got your question. What are the barriers to the adoption of technology by smallholder farmers, and how do I think those barriers can be mitigated? The barriers are plenty, very plenty. If we have to start talking about it now, I don't even know where we're going to end. But you see, barrier from information overload, then misinformation. That's just information barriers. You understand? Then there's still the barrier of lack of useful information in real time. This is just a barrier to just information. You see? And when we want to go to the costing and policies, most times when I'm asked these questions, I try to drift away from the government. Because let's hold it as the government is right now, let's say, a constant. We are used to that, right? So if we look at ourselves without the government, what are our barriers? Firstly, the first barrier I see to this is ignorance. Ignorance in the sense that people prefer quick schemes. Quick schemes in the sense of, if, for example, Femi put up a post, how to make money in 5 days. I expect that 15,000 youths will go for that post than if Peter put up a post, how to sell your cassava and make great money in 9 months and continually be an entrepreneur for life. They only weighed the content of 5 days. They didn't weigh the content of a lifetime enjoyment. And I'm just talking about one barrier, ignorance. This information is actually available online. We also know clearly that in this time, there's a lot of information overload and a lot of misinformation. I respect that. But thanks to a lot of web technologies that have actually done well to improve information, you can even verify the sources of the information you're getting. You understand? But most times, people want a quick scheme, and with that quick scheme, what they find out, they get robbed. You get robbed of your time, you get robbed of your money, you get robbed of your motivation. That's the first problem I think youths are having. The second problem I actually think they're having is access to the real deal. The seeds, the materials, the land, the community support they need, the market linkages they need, the off-takers that they need. Hence, I took a leap and I and Femi, we collaborated and said, Peter, come on, we can't keep doing it the same old way, same old, same old, same old. No, let's find out this information. Let's get something new. Then we proceeded to the internet. We found out how to plant soybeans very well. We planted our soybeans. We made a good harvest. Then we had actually had a deal with an off-taker, only for him to come and say, oh, I'm sorry, I can't buy this at this price. What happens to Femi and I? Why should we go into the business the next time?
All right. Okay, Peter, let me just stop you there. I know you're going, you're picking it gradually.
Like I told you, that's a very heavy question for me.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to run straight to Femi, and I'm going to just ask Femi in relation to your final conversation in terms of ignorance, misinformation, information overload. Would we say the advent of some of this technology? So for example, I know, Femi, you're heavy on data, and you're also, working with IT in some end in terms of big data and data documentation in that regard. So my question to you now, Femi, is there a means for smallholder farmer to access this data to support adoption in terms of technology? Because where do they go to for this data? We all go to Google to get whatever information, and I could put an information on Google, and I'm not an authority in that information, but people get to see it and feel, oh, maybe I'd once worked with an organization that do things like that, and then I just put it and put my CV there that, oh, I worked in this place, and people already just feel I'm an authority. So how are you working, or how are you supporting to ensure that the right information, the right data required for adoption of technology is also put in the open space for smallholder farmer to see?
Well, talking about data in particular, I think it's part of the hindrance that we have in our current agricultural landscape. Yes, there are a lot of data, but data actually in respect to technology, okay, to drive technology for smallholder farmers to be productive are not really there. Yeah, in terms of data collection, talk of data for finance, how many of our smallholder farmers are actually taking record keeping or doing record keeping appropriately? And where are they submitting that to in form of big data that can be able to help some other stakeholder in the value chain to be able to make sense of what they do, and then make policies or interventions that could be able to help them. But that's the way it is, but we just have to improve on our data collection and management scheme or initiative as we have it. But in terms of information of production, there are lots out there on Google, but Google would not really give you, or most of the time, I will use the word most of the time, cannot give you the sufficient information you need to be able to make an holistic decision, or perhaps in the process of your production. So most of the time, we see farmers and young farmers consulting themselves from their experience, drawing from their own experience, okay, having groups that they can hatch information from, mentors and the like. So that's the way to bridge the gap as it is. So, and that's the way I understand the question. Yeah.
All right, thank you so very much, Femi. You mentioned relatively very poor data available in terms of technology, really. So if that is the case, and I'm coming to Mr. Rotimi now, and then I'll come back to you. If that is the case, that we have very limited data to support why smallholder farmers should adopt certain technologies, how then can the smallholder farmer identify what technology to adopt?
Okay. Again, that's a very broad question. And I would like to, I think at this stage, we have to start talking about the participants in the agricultural sector and not just smallholder farmer, as the case may be, because I mean, each category of participant have different needs. For example, I would want to go to the aggregator, for example, whatever it is that you are selling, also responding to or taking it from where Peter dropped it. Through the use of technology these days, we can have an excellent price discovery mechanism. That means that farmers or aggregators, as the case may be, have the leverage to to stop being shortchanged, because you can easily via the commodities exchange participate in a very transparent trading system. Another way that technology can also aid that transaction is by making sure that all these products are deposited in the warehouse that is being certified by collateral managers. In that case, it can be tokenized, and through that tokenization, you can get a warehouse receipt that indeed can be discounted for additional financing. So you can see the trend. The first thing is that you have access to technology that gives you an overview of what the actual price or what is the actual value of what you have in your hands. So it's not just one wholesale off-taker wanting to buy it at one ridiculous price. So, and because you have access to the value of what you have, first and foremost, it increases your profitability, which definitely translates to your productivity. That is number one. So you stay longer in the game. Number two is the fact that you are participating in an organized trading system that gives you access to more financing without really going too much into debt, as the case may be. So the opportunities in that chain itself, for me, is limitless. And like Mr. Femi has also said, technology itself, we have not even gotten to where we are going. And sincerely speaking, we're never going to get there because we keep improving. So what we do is that we look at the problem, we solve that problem. After solving that problem, then we have access to the next problem that we think we can solve. And a number of times we call all these things problems or challenges, but they are not in the real sense of it. They are just ways of doing things better. It's not because what we are doing right now is not working, but because there's a way to get it optimized. There's a way to get it done better. There's a way to improve on it. So a small order farmer that sells to a composite aggregator, for example, or that sells to a wholesaler at a very, very heavily discounted price, because he has access now to technology and information, he has a better market to participate in a much more transparent market that gives more value. It's still the same product. It's still the same circle, but immediately, because of the access to that particular information, the value of that product increases. And sometimes the increase can be up to 100%. Okay, you know, I'm saying it can be that significant. So because of that increase alone, I can assure you the life cycle of that particular farmer has been at least sustained for that particular farming season. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Before I go back to Peter, Femi, I'd like to pose the same question to you. And the question is, how can they identify, technologies to adopt when we have very limited data? And in adding to that question, how then can the government support policies or promote policies to encourage the adoption of technology when, of course, the data available to prove that technology is also not available? So how do we run that?
Okay, first of all, there are quite a number of categories of data, and not all technologies in the real sense in application to the smallholder farmers. We really need the word data or at different levels of definition. But let's just put it as a farmer has been using knapsack sprayer to be spraying his farm all the while. And he heard of, okay, there is something called an aeroplane that can help him spray his farm, his 2 or 5 acres or hectares farm within a short period of time, and he doesn't need to be begging laborers around, please come to, let's do this at this particular time so that we can nip the problem of pest and disease in the bud, So that does not really need data, but for the farmer to be convinced, maybe a place where data comes in, maybe he has not been able to see online or something like that. is demonstration. Most of the time I have to demonstrate to the farmer, okay, this is how this works. That brings them from the level of not knowing anything about it and giving them, when they see it, they have a little bit of confidence because that's what the farmer wants. They want to be sure, can this thing do what it says it does? Or is just part of what they say, part of the stuff they see around, you know? So they want to be able to see, does this thing really work? And how does it relate to my profitability at the end of the day? Okay, so that's one of the calculations that run in the mind of the farmer. Okay, so and as regards to regulation or policy, I sincerely yours, there are a lot of things that the government needs to put in place. We cannot really go far. We know definitely that, or most of the time, technology goes before regulation or policy in terms of the rate of revolution or evolvement. So, however, we have to come up with regulations or policy that makes this technology to be massively adoptable by our farmers or by users. Okay, because if I would talk about regulation, maybe fintech or agri-tech or in relation to agriculture, even in the drone technology, there are a lot of regulations, you know, that you still have to deal with, that we still have to deal with according in the context of regulation in drone use, even in agriculture, in respect to every other industry. So presently in Nigeria. So there are a lot of regulations that are limiting growth. Regulations, even from the knowledge of the regulators, they are not really, they might not really have that information to be able to say, okay, this is the old scheme of this technology, and taking away the idea of skepticism away from their hearts, you know. So these things have to be, in terms of knowledge gap is also bridging knowledge gap to be able to show to them, okay, this is what this technology is for, and this is how we can regulate or make policy that allows farmers to be able to adopt it. In terms of some technology can be expensive, but if the government comes in with policy that allows this technology to be affordable, all right, for farmers through various schemes, it will allow for massive adoption, and we would see the impact in the landscape generally.
Okay, thank you very much, Femi. I think we're running out of time, so I'll just try and wrap up now with my final questions to both Peter and Mr. Rotimi. Peter, I'll just in less than 30 seconds, I'd like you to do a pitch for advocacy, so to say, to why smallholder farmers should be supported to adopt technology. In 30 seconds, I'd just like you to do that, please.
You said to do a 30-second speech. I think I should give 2 sentences straight up. My name, I'm used to using Mr. Femi, because I have a very good friend that his name is Femi. Please, Mr. Femi, would the smallholder farmers be having any issue if the government of, let's take an example, a state like Niger State, if the government actually chose to partner with Mr. Femi on drone applications, which is going to attend to precision farming, which is going to attend to every other aspect of farming, from seed production to weather forecast to soil management and all that. Do you think the farmers in, for example, Niger State, the farmers in Osun State, do you think the farmers in Imo State, do you think they won't want to farm more? If they knew that they could come to Mr. Femi and get that data, and the data they got will save them, do you know the tons of post-harvest loss we have? I should give you a pitch. I don't need to give no pitch. You know why? Your food says it. Your light says it. Everything you do every day says it. If you do nothing about agriculture, agriculture is going to do something about you, wipe you out.
Thank you very much, Peter. You've done a pitch. So finally, Mr. Rotimi, I'll just push to you. Again, I'll try to beg that you do it in less than 30 seconds, if that is possible. What do we need to do to change the narrative in supporting smallholder farmer and the adoption of technology?
Okay, I think the first thing starts with advocacy, because sincerely speaking, there are so many services that are already available, being delivered by technology, but are yet to be fully adopted. So advocacy for me, number one, is key. And I think if we get the advocacy right and people make use of what we already have, not even what we want to develop, but what we already have, they can see the value and the continuity can be secured. The second one, which I'm sure Mr. Peter said we are used to government already, but unfortunately we cannot detach agriculture from the government. I mean, agricultural sector is a very big part of the economy and you cannot take it away from government. So policy-wise, we still have to do quite a lot to make sure that those who are there right now, they are profitable enough to be an advocate for the people that are still at the fence trying to enter, to encourage those ones to enter. Sincerely speaking, Nigeria at the moment cannot feed itself. We're not even talking about exports. Nigeria at the moment cannot feed itself. And we have millions of unemployed youths. So this is a sector that is underutilized, and we have a lot of people that are looking for where they can be utilized. So if government can bridge that gap, I'm sure we can transform a whole lot in the economy. We can make sure that we can start getting towards sustainability in terms of making sure that we can feed ourselves. This is basic. It should be basic in 2021.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Rotimi. On this note, I'd like to say thank you to all our panelists, to Femi, I like to call him our drone pilot, to Peter, and of course to Mr. Rotimi. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for finding time at such short notice to join us here today in this dialogue session. I'll just re-echo one of the things that came out very strongly from the three panelists. We need to demonstrate that technology works for us to be able to get farmers and even the larger agricultural practitioners to adopt it. And I think that is very important. Data would also help us in driving this. So at this point, I want to say thank you so very much to you. I will be reaching out to you in due course. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, so I think we've had a really engaging session from our discussion on youth engagement in agriculture to, climate smart agriculture and how we can build resilience in smallholder farmers, to leveraging on technology and data in building a very resilient national agri-food system. I just want to sincerely, express our thanks and gratitude to all our panelists, to all our moderators, and to all our special guests of honor who were able to make it for the 4th National Dialogue Session. We wouldn't have been here without you. I'd particularly like to thank the Technical Committee of BATN Foundation, Professor Chidi, and I also like to thank Mr. Falabi for their technical support. We wouldn't have been able to put this session together without them. I also like to express thanks to our implementing partner, AgriBusiness, for their support as well. Once again, thank you everyone for making our time to be part of our session, and we are sure that in the coming years, the agricultural sector in Nigeria will fulfill its full potential. To wrap up this session, I'd like us to stand for the national anthem.
There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key, there's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams, any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Aba to Ife to Kaduna, the land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here.
If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it here. But if all you ever dream is to go overseas, tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we only see, time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. So pass on that, and pass on the time. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, time is now, the land is green, wealth is here.
So this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key, there's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams, any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Aba to Ife to Kaduna, the land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here.
If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it here.
the time. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see the time is now, the land is green, wealthy. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything. But if we could only see the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here.
If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it here. But if all you ever dream is to go overseas, tell me how you'll ever know the wealth is here. Oh, yeah. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. So pass on that and pass on the time. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need.
Calling me sugar, they hot tea.
Calling me the honey where they all be. Anything you tell me, I they believe her. Showing me around like I lost my way. Telling all your friends and not me be bail. Baby, see me, I don't they believe her. Tell me, make I know now. If you show me, make I know now. If you don't show me, make I know now. If you don't love me, tell me, make I know now. If you show me, make I know now. If you don't show me, oh, make I know now. If you don't love me, make you no talk, say you love me, oh. If you don't need me, oh, nobody talk, say you need me, oh. I take this love more seriously, oh. Baby, you're making a baby, oh. Nobody talk, say you love me, oh. Don't play me. Calling me the sun where they bright your day. Calling me the joy where they crash your pain. Anything you talk, baby, I never believe for. Nobody they agree to that toss me again. And they wanna come, you they block their way. Everybody dance, I beat me with you. Tell me, make I know now. If you show me, make I know now. If you don't show me, oh, make I know now. Tell me, make I know now. If you show me, make I know now. If you don't show me, oh.